Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to... Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the regular Paso Robles City Council meeting for Thursday, February the 20th. We invite you to stand as you're able. Join us in the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Councilman Strong. Do we have an invocation tonight?
Yes.
We do. And then remain standing for an invocation. Thank you.
With me, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let us pray. Holy and loving God, this evening we give you thanks for the Paso Robles City Council, the city staff, and the citizens gathered here tonight. We thank you for the time and energy that they give to our city. We thank you for their attentive listening to those who wish to be heard, for their patience and perseverance in taking care of city problems and making changes for the good of all people. God, we pray for tonight's agenda and give thanks for your presence with the council as they review and consider each item to benefit those who work and live in and around this city of Paso Robles. We offer these prayers in your holy name. Amen.
Thank you. May we have a roll call, please?
Council members Maria Garcia.
Here.
Steve Gregory.
Here.
John Hammond.
Here.
Fred Strong.
Here.
And Mayor Steve Martin.
I'm here. We'd like to take a few minutes at the beginning of each meeting to introduce to the people in attendance those folks who are employed by the city or those folks who volunteer for commissions and service committees within the community. So as we go around, if you meet that criteria, we invite you to stand, identify yourself, tell us what your affiliation is so we can see who's doing the work of the community. On my right.
Warren Frace, Community Development Department.
Dick McKinley, Public Works.
Dennis Fans, our city clerk.
Eva Esperanza, Capital Projects Engineer. Tilly Dahlman, Community Services. Frida Berman, Community Services. Kate Baxter, Community Development. Sarah Johnson, City Manager.
Ty Lewis, Police Chief. Tom Salette, Fire Chief. Randy Harris, Fire Department. Brian Cornell, Administrative Services. Stephen Mackey, Police Department. Terry Atlanta, Police Department. Joshua Lewis, Police Department.
Fred Jordan,
David Athy, City Engineer. Mark Scandallis, Wastewater. Aaron Nash, Community Development.
Kimberly Hood, City Attorney's Office.
Tom Ritchie, City Manager.
Thank you all. Prior to this evening's open meeting, we had an advertised closed session meeting at the Paso Robles City Council. At this time, I'll ask the city attorney if there's any reportable action from that.
The council convened in closed session on two matters as noted on the agenda for a conference with labor negotiators and a conference with real property negotiators, but there was no reportable action.
Thank you. Item number one is presentations. We have a capital projects report. This is an information report and will not require any action by the council. And we invite our staff members forward to make that report.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Frida Berman, Maintenance Superintendent. This is a joint presentation on capital improvement projects from Community Services and Public Works. First, I would like to go over the Barney Schwartz Park upper playground replacement. As you will recall, this is a project funded by the Rec Foundation. It was awarded January 7th. It began yesterday. We have 100 calendar days to complete the project with estimated completion in June 2020. You'll note here the fencing plan for the upper playground and part of the parking lot. Demolition began today. It does impact the number of spaces available, although the lake and both pavilions are still accessible for public use. The Uptown Family Park Amphitheater Shade Sale project is also in process. The materials have been ordered. We have a contractor on board, and that project will be constructed in March. The Emergency Warming Center is in the final stages of design and engineering. Bid documents will be available for the construction of the site in March. We anticipate contract award in late April and construction to begin in mid-May. We're estimating completion at the end of the year. We have a funding deadline. This is HEAP grant funds of June 30th, 2021. This is a schematic of the site plan. You'll see a main building, a parking lot with 17 parking spaces. And this is the interior of the warming center. It's a 7,500 square foot building with 36 beds, a dining area, kitchen area, showers, laundry, restrooms, and office and conference areas. And with that, I will turn it over to Ditas.
Okay, so this is the Public Works portion of the council update. So I'm going to show you a series of photos of the Main West Tank project up at the top of 21st Street that's in progress. These are pictures of the 10 panels that will be installed. They're 40 feet high, they're 10 inches thick. Each panel uses 55 yards of concrete. So these are just photos of the progress. So if you look on one side of it, it's completed. The other side is still, we're still working on that one. So the next project I'll show you is the Union Road improvements and road repairs along Barney Schwartz Park. Here's a couple of photos of the removal of the concrete under the old highway. And right now we're in progress installing the reclaimed water pipelines. Across the frontage of the Paso Robles Athletic Club, we're pleased to inform you that we are preserving about a dozen existing trees. We're saving them and protecting them in place. So at the conclusion of the project, it'll look like we have landscaping, so it won't look so barren. And then just preview of coming attractions. I'll just breeze through these really quickly. Spring Street full-width road surface repair from 24th to 36th, along with some ornamental lights and minor landscaping. Dry Creek Road full-width road surface repairs from Airport to the Warbirds, along with some conduits for future fiber. West Side Streets rehab, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, and Park. And then finally, some North Airport water lines to improve the fire flow at the airport. And that concludes my report.
Very good.
Any questions?
This is information only, no action required. Any questions from council? Before I ask the public, I'll explain how the talking rules work. We have speaker identification cards at the back of the room. If you plan on speaking on any item tonight, we would ask you to fill those out and bring it forward to staff when you speak. When we invite you to the microphone, there are 3 lights there. There's a green light, a yellow light, and a red light. When the green light is on, you have 3 minutes. When the yellow light comes on, there's 30 seconds left, and when the red light comes on, that's the end of your time. So everybody gets 3 minutes per. We ask you please to speak directly into the microphone and say your name so that we can hear you, and also so that people who are listening in on the radio station, when we broadcast those meetings, you're able to be heard on the air also. So again, this was an information item. There's no action tonight. If you have a question about this project, I'd invite you to come forward now and state your question. Very good. Seeing no one, we will move forward. We now arrive at general public comments. Just gave you the rules on how you speak. General public comments are set aside for people who have questions or comments about issues that are not on tonight's agenda. If you are here for a specific agenda item, there will be a time set aside when we are discussing that item for you to speak. If there's an issue that's not on the agenda tonight that you want to say something about, this would be your opportunity. So again, we would invite you to come forward, observe those rules that we set down, and make your interests and comments known. This is your opportunity. Seeing no one come forward, we'll close general public comment and move on. I'll ask the city manager if we have any agenda items to be deferred this evening.
Mr. Mayor, there are no items to be deferred. However, I would note for the council's information that items 7
Is your
through...
microphone on?
Yeah, I can't hear you.
Okay.
It's on. Yeah.
There are no items to be deferred tonight, but I would note for the council's information, you still can't hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay. That items 7 through 11 are additional presentations, and we will do those if time allows. So that's totally up to the council's discretion. If you feel that after the item 6, there is no time, we can postpone those to another meeting. There is no urgency to those items.
Very good, thank you. The consent calendar is next. Consent calendar is a list of items that we don't think require individual discussion. That being said, if anyone on the council or in the public has a quick comment or a question before we take action, we do that. If anybody on the council or in the public feels that any one of those items should be discussed fully and individually, they can request to have that removed from the consent calendar. And our general practice is when we remove something from the consent calendar, we place it at the end of the agenda. This may be a lengthy meeting tonight, so it may take some time to get to that. But at this time, I'll ask the council if there are any questions or comments on consent. No. Any items you wish to pull from the community? Any questions or comments about the consent calendar? Any items you would like to pull? Very good. I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar. Mr. Hammond.
I'd like to go ahead and approve consent calendar item 2 through 5.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilman Hammond, second by Councilman Strong. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Hammond,
Aye.
Councilmember Strong,
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory,
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia,
Aye.
and Mayor Martin.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. We come now to item number 6, which is our public hearing, and there's a very lengthy title there. Suffice it to say, all of this information forthcoming will have to do with the Olson South Chandler Ranch specific plan. With that, I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Frace.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Warren Frace, Community Development Director. I'll be making the presentation. We have a team. We'll introduce them as we go through the presentation because you'll be hearing from a couple people tonight. As you mentioned, this is the Olson South Chandler Specific Plan project. This project, just a quick overview, was reviewed and heard by your Planning Commission on January 28th. They are recommending approval of all the actions before you tonight. In summary, this is a master plan development for 1,293 residential units with some accessory retail and recreational uses. What's before you tonight, the decisions will be an amendment to the general plan, a zone change, a specific plan adoption, a development plan, 5 track maps, an oak tree removal permit, 6 separate street abandonment actions, and 3 development agreements. So it's a lot of different pieces, but they all fit together, and they're all part of the overall vision of the project. In terms of who we'll be hearing from tonight, so the city manager, Tom Frucci, will be giving us an update on the development agreements. As I mentioned, I'm Warren Frace. I'm the community development director. We have our city planner, Darren Nash, in the audience. He's basically the project manager. David Athey, your city engineer, will be making a presentation along with Dick McKinley, the public works director. We have Kimberly Hood, our city attorney, that's part of the team. Brandy Cummins, who's sitting next to me. She's a contract planning support on this project. Our EIR consultant is Chris Burzbach. He will be making a brief presentation. Our traffic consultant for this project, as well as the city circulation element update, is Joe Fernandez, who's in the audience. And then we have Michael Colatano. He's contract city attorney on the 3 development agreements to answer technical questions.
So just before you get into the thick of it, obviously from the list of people, there's going to be a tremendous amount of information tonight. And so I think it would be really in your best interest if you intend to speak as we go through to make note of the questions you'd like to ask and the comments you want to make, because it'll be very easy to kind of get lost in the weeds if we don't. And I want to make sure everybody gets their opinions expressed and their questions asked. Likewise, the council will be asking questions of clarification, but we will not be making any discussion on the issue until after we hear from the public. So we speak last, not first. Please.
Yes, so moving on, I think it was useful to start with the big picture, and that really starts with the city council goals. So the city council in 2018 held a strategic planning session where you adopted a series of overarching goals for the community. Those included the need for housing and economic development, the need to expand our infrastructure, the importance of community character and quality of life, and then the importance of community engagement with the civic processes. And all of those have actually been incorporated into this project, and we'll kind of go through those as we move on. First thing, though, really is housing. So this project, as I mentioned, is up to 1,293 housing units. This chart here is fairly interesting, and this shows our housing trends over the years. So you can see before 2006, this city was building 300 to 500 units per year of housing. Then the recession hit around 2007, and you can see from then, housing's been pretty flat. We've had a couple good years. This last year, though, we were back down to 35 units. So that isn't keeping up with the need for economic development as well as affordable housing. And if you look beyond this chart, if you really get into the details, those years that were really good were because of 2 apartment projects, the Blue Oak Apartments, which was 142 units, and the Oak Park housing multifamily project as well. So if you really look at the trends without those, we're barely averaging 20 units a year over the last 15 years, and that's not really a way to sustain a community. In addition to that, we have pressure on existing houses where we're losing houses. So because of the trends with short-term rentals, there's potentially up to 300 units in town that we've lost due to that. We recently had the Grandview Apartments, which was 54 units, shut down. There's also a trend for people to buy second homes and only occupy them very infrequently. We're not exactly sure what that number is, but that is another source of pressure on the housing supply. So why do we need housing? I know that's kind of a question. There's a number of reasons housing is really important to the community. We need it for a balanced economy and balanced demographics, so we don't just end up with one demographic in the community. What we're seeing right now is we're seeing our housing sizes declining and families disappearing. That's not a good trend for the long-term health of a community. You know, if we're going to have jobs to support the economy, those jobs need housing. So housing and jobs are connected. Where we don't have adequate housing, we also see overcrowding, and we have seen overcrowding in a number of areas, and that creates nuisances and problems as well. And then we really have to consider our next generation. We have a lot of kids that live here now. They don't really have good opportunities to stay. They're really needing to move out to find opportunities. It'd be really nice if those next generations of Paso Roblans could choose to stay here if they wish. So the city has a general plan. The general plan is a long-term vision for how the city will develop. Our current general plan goes out to the year 2045. It takes the city to a build-out population of 44,000 over the next 25 years. And the way that we're going to accommodate that growth, because if we're going to grow like that, it needs to be well-planned, it needs to fit the community, and it needs to provide all the infrastructure to support that sort of growth. So the city has a policy of adopting specific plans, which are master plans, which is what's before you tonight, that helps to guide that development. So we currently have 3 specific plans approved. There's the Borky specific plan, where River Oaks is. There's the Union 46 specific plan. These both were approved in the 80s and 90s. Most recently, we adopted a downtown or uptown specific plan that guides the development around the downtown zone, including what you're seeing going on around the park right now, which has been very successful. So then on the east side, there's 4 specific plan areas. There's the North Chandler specific plan, the South Chandler specific plan, the Ocean Ranch specific plan, and then finally the Beechwood specific plan. So what we're looking at tonight is these 2 specific plans, which have been combined into a single project now, which is known as the Olson South Chandler specific plan. So just for orientation, here's the Chandler Ranch piece, here's the Olson piece. You can see here's the river and downtown. Niblick Road turns into Sherwood Road, and then basically dead ends into Chandler here. You have Creston Road, Meadowlark Road coming down to the south side, and then you have Airport Road kind of coming through the middle here. One thing to keep in mind, see this purple line? That is the existing city limits. So this has been part of the city since 2005. So as I mentioned, the general plans anticipated this growth for a number of years. These areas were annexed for development almost 15 years ago. So in terms of the project, as I mentioned, it's a housing project. It has a variety of housing types. The applicant will get into some details on it, but there is a full range of housing products for all different needs within the community. So we have the single-family standard lots, the 6,000 square foot lots. Those are shown in yellow on the plan. And then along Lene Road, there's a small lot courtyard product. That's an ownership product on a small lot, more affordable or more of a workforce product. And then we have an alley-loaded product, also an ownership product, but on a even smaller lot that's available. And then there are townhouses, which would be a common wall like condominium for ownership, as well as rental apartments. So this project has planned for the full range of housing options. And just for comparison, if you look at how this compares to the existing kind of Meadowlarks Farms area, there's 715 units in this area for a density of 2.8 units per acre. The Olson project has 639 units in this area for a density of 2.5. So this is actually less dense than the existing area, but we end up with a lot more open space, even though we have some smaller compact products. So that's kind of one of the benefits of the specific plan, is the ability to cluster and do creative things with densities. So another city goal was infrastructure. So this project provides some key pieces of infrastructure that the city's been planning for decades. So one of those is the extension of Niblick-Sherwood down to the Lene Road. Anybody that's driven this knows there's kind of that zigzag pattern that you have to take around the industrial area. The plan since the 60s has been to align that into a single road. This project will do that. They'll put all those roads in and fund them. In addition, we have airport road. So there's this piece of airport road that really doesn't go anywhere. Well, the idea is airport road's supposed to go to the airport. So this project will provide that connection up. And then when North Chandler builds, that'll get us up to Barney Schwartz Union Road. And then we'll be able to connect to the airport from there. We've also been talking a lot about bikeways. So this will provide a key segment of what we're calling the Grand Loop Bikeway, which will be a loop bikeway around the whole community. That's shown in the blue line. Also within that alignment will be our new recycled water line that will provide irrigation to parks and agricultural uses throughout the community. So that's another key facility that this provides. In terms of community character, this project's been designed around an open space system. So there's an existing piece of Royal Oak Meadows Park along Turtle Creek here. This project will pick up that park, improve this existing piece of park, and then extend it all the way through the project. So Turtle Creek is preserved, the oak trees along there are all preserved, and then we'll end up with a community park with walking trails, more of a linear park with different activity areas. So this is going to be a really nice defining element of the project. In addition, there's a oak hilltop on the south end, and then we have the PG&E easement. This will all be open space and recreational amenities with trail systems and landscaping. And then there's a private recreational facility that's the centerpiece of the project. That'll be a recreation center with a lot of other amenities that are available. And then over where the townhouses and apartments are, there's private recreational facilities there. So we have a combination of both public and private recreational amenities throughout the project. And then the architecture, landscaping are all covered by the specific plan and guidelines, are all going to be really top-notch, and the applicant will talk about that in detail. And then finally, community engagement, really a key goal within the community as well. You'll recall this project started in 2018 with a design charrette, and this is a picture of the charrette. This was at the Holiday Inn Express, but this was open to the public. Most of the people in attendance were members of the public. This was an open design studio with the architects and planners where they actually came up with the vision of the project that you're seeing tonight. So that's how it started, was with a very open public process. It included 2 public meetings in addition to the charrette process. We also had a specific plan ad hoc committee that was made up made up of members of the public as well as council and commission. They met 4 times to review this project. Your Parks and Rec Committee has reviewed this project twice. We've had 2 public open houses on the project. And then finally, you have the EIR process, which is a public information and disclosure process, which had a 45-day public comment period. So the EIR process was a key part of the project. We have completed the review of that. That is part of what's before you tonight is the original draft EIR that was circulated, as well as Volume 2, which is the comments that we received from the public. We received 45 different comments. We've responded to all those. That's in Volume 2 of the EIR that's before you tonight. There was 3 kind of key issues that came up during the public comment period that we wanted to address in detail. The first is water supply, so we'll have Dick McKinley address that. And then there was concerns about air quality and dust, and especially about the potential for valley fever. So we're going to have Chris Bursbach, our EIR consultant, talk about that. And then finally, traffic obviously is a big concern in the community. We know traffic's an issue. This project's been designed with that in mind, so we'll have the city engineer walk through that in detail. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dick McKinley.
Thank you, Your Honor, members of the council. So we know that water's an important deal, but the community, the council and the community have been working together on that issue for decades now, and has made a lot of important decisions to make sure we have water supply. For those in the audience, the slide that you're looking at comes directly from the 2015 Urban Water Management Plan. The state of California requires cities and water suppliers to plan for their future, and so this looks at how much water do we use now, and how much water will we need at full build-out. That's everything. That's hotels, that's schools, that's houses, apartments, the whole 9 yards at full build-out. And then where would those supplies come from? How reliable are the supplies and things like that? So in this particular case, today we're a population of about 32,000, and we use just over 7,000 acre-feet of water per year. For those listening, an acre-foot of water is 1 acre of land, 43,560 square feet, 1 foot deep of water. So that gets you about 325,800 gallons of water, or a very large Olympic swimming pool worth of water for each acre foot. And we use about 7,000 acre feet of water per year for the drinking water supplies to people's houses and businesses. At full build-out, at 2045, or at such time as we're at full build-out, which is an expected population of 44,000, we'll need 9,519 acre-feet of water. Remember that as new buildings are built, new apartments are built, they have different standards than the 1950s houses and apartments. So they all have low-flow toilets, and they all have shower restrictors, and they're designed to be more water efficient. So the gallons per unit is a little less when you get to the newer stuff. But 9,519 acre-feet per year. That would come from the Paso Basin wells. We draw from the basin. It would come from our Salinas River wells, from the Nacimiento supply that the council and others have taken action over the years to make sure we had a good Nacimiento supply, and to make sure that supply is the primary way that we grow the community. And then, so we have some of that comes through the treatment plant, and some of it that comes through recovery wells. And then we currently completed work on the tertiary treatment plant part of the wastewater treatment plant. So we are currently turning out what's called T2 quality recycled water out of our wastewater treatment plant. So that's water that meets a quality that can be used for irrigation on a little kid's playground, as an example for the public. And so we know that our demand at full build-out will be 9,519 acre-feet per year. Our supply at that same time will be in excess of 17,000 acre-feet per year. And so that's important, because that means that we clearly have enough water to meet that full build-out supply, but we also have margins for error built in, so that if we have a drought year, or if we have other issues with any one of our supplies, or a pump goes down, or things like that, we have adequate capacity to do that. So I get asked the question about, well, what about droughts and stuff like that? So we we plan for that. We have a water conservation plan that's built into the Paso Robles City Code, and we have a diversified water portfolio. Having 4 different supplies makes us pretty solid, as California communities would go. So to have a short-term drought, we've got kind of a dry summer. Lake Nacimento's supply is there to augment our water supplies to make it through shorter terms. If droughts are longer term or more severe, then we would implement the first stages of our voluntary compliance in our water shortage contingency plans. We'd ask people to maybe water just 3 days a week, that kind of stuff. We've only done that recently when the state made us do that, but we do have the ability to ask people if we need to do that. And then we have plans for water supply that really make it so that our ability to be flexible is really important. That will help us tremendously. So if the drought is mostly affecting the basin, we would increase our supply from the river wells. We would increase our supplies from Nasi. If for whatever reason the river was not usable, we would increase our supply from Nacimento. We would increase our supply from the basin, right? And crank up recycled water and things like that. So we are very well suited at this point to deal with droughts as they come, and we have more than adequate supply to meet full build out. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Questions? We're good, thank you.
Thank you.
So now we'll introduce Chris Burzbach from Rincon Associates.
Welcome.
Thank you, Warren. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Chris Burzbach. I work with Rincon Consultants. We were the city's contractor for the EIR process, and I'm just going to talk briefly about the considerations of valley fever concerns in the environmental document. Pardon me. The EIR includes an evaluation of potential impacts associated with the coccidioides fungus, which is the fungus that causes valley fever. That's known to be present in soil in the Paso Robles region, and therefore it's a concern associated with construction dust for projects like this. So the EIR describes the applicable state health and safety regulations that reduce valley fever risk and would apply to all construction contractors operating in the specific plan area. But because we recognize that the risk of valley fever to workers and to nearby residents isn't negligible even with these state regulations, the EIR also includes additional dust control measures above and beyond those state regulations to minimize the risk of public exposure. Those include dust control practices recommended by the San Luis Obispo Air Pollution Control District, additional limits on dust-generating activities during periods of wind and high heat, which are the highest risk weather conditions for valley fever exposure, a worker training program to ensure that construction staff are knowledgeable about valley fever exposure and the dust control requirements, monitoring to verify dust levels during construction activity, and incorporation of all of these requirements into a dust control management plan, which ensures that the city can effectively monitor compliance with the required measures. So implementation of these stringent dust control measures has been found to be successful at reducing the risk of exposure to the coccidioides fungus and the associated risk of valley fever at other large-scale projects in our area, in and around the Central Valley, and in other at-risk areas. So as a result, the EIR concludes that with the implementation of the required state health and safety regulations and the required mitigation measures that will be incorporated as conditions of approval for the project, that the risk associated with valley fever would be less than significant. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions or turn it over to Mr. David Athley.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and now we'll introduce David Athley, the city engineer.
Good evening, council, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. David Athley, city engineer. I'm going to talk about the Chandler Ranch traffic impact study that was conducted. First, I want to introduce Joe Fernandez. He did our traffic study for the project. He was a contractor for the city and completed that. He's also worked on our circulation element, which I'm going to talk about in a second. So I'm going to talk about citywide traffic planning first, just as a little primer, so everybody in the audience and the council kind of, gets a little primer on How we plan for traffic, we've been planning for traffic in the city for a long time, and anticipating this project would be coming in, we've analyzed that through our circulation element. We'll talk about the specific traffic impact analysis itself, the mitigations for the project, and we'll also be talking about the project roads and pathways a little more in detail than what Mr. Frey's talked about tonight. So in the general plan, we have the circulation element, and it forecasts traffic levels to build out, and we're projecting build out as 2045. It could be later, it could be sooner, but we think it's 2045, and so that's our planning horizon, but it could be later with the ups and downs of the economy. And it identifies improvements for roads, intersections, and bridges in the city. Now, not every road, not every intersection has been identified. What we're talking about in the circulation element are the major roads, major bridges. So, for instance, bridge-wise, we're talking about the Wero Creek Bridge that goes over and connects, will someday connect Airport Road to Union Road, that bridge, bridges like that, and also intersections. So we look at the circulation element also looks at traffic forecasts. What are the traffic levels going to be in the future? So we looked at 2017, and we collected the data, we collected hard data, and we looked at 2045. And from that, we plugged that real-world data into our traffic model that we use for the city. And it gives us a large picture view of what's going on. And this is an example of Niblick Road. So we know it in the future, at 2045, Niblick Road is going to be 93% what we call a capacity utilization. We're getting the most out of this road. 93% of, we've spent a lot of money to make it 4 lanes, build a bridge. We're going to get a lot of use out of that road. As we move eastward on Niblick Road, it goes down. So we know right now traffic levels drop as you head east. So we know that in the future we'll have capacity on Niblick Road. Now it also identifies those needed improvements, and so we've gone through and we have various improvements that are identified in the plan. And so this is the actual map from our circulation element. These nodes with pluses and little round circles indicates a project, as well as we have a parallel route. So we're going to have people come in from the northern part of the city, this shopping center here. We're developing this route here into the city. We also have new roads identified in the circulation element. This is Airport Road. And as these specific plans develop, this road will be pushed on through to Airport. And then here at this location is another overpass that is currently in the planning stages with Caltrans. And also identifies intersection improvements. So Niblick and Crescent Road is one of those identified intersections that we need to improve, and that includes a new right turn lane, an added left turn lane here, an added right turn lane at this location, and also signal modification, which means adaptive signal timing, which would be a signal that would adapt in real time to traffic levels. So if it gets busier on one street, the signal can adapt. It'll also look at right turn movements to allow that flow, which actually increases your capacity at the intersection. So now I want to shift gears, and we're going to go back into the Olson-Chandler impact analysis. So it documents the level of impact at the project level itself, and it looks at the different routing of traffic that's going to come from the project throughout the city. And it also includes mitigations and recommendations for impact mitigation. So what did we study? We studied 26 intersections. So these are the round circles here on the screen. 11 road segments. For instance, this location here, this is the Niblick Road Bridge and shopping center area, and 11 freeway segments. That would be on 101 and Highway 46 East. So getting down to the nitty-gritty, this is one of the things we did. We actually went out and counted average daily trips. So right before, this is Golden Hill Road and Creston Road, we had about 13,500 trips. We also go look at the intersections. What are the turning movement data that we have? So we count AM and PM. Everything in parentheses is always a PM count. So we know how many turning movements, right, left, and through, are taking place at the study intersections. We also determine project trip generation. So for every land use in the project, we estimate how many trips that the project is going to generate. This includes trips into the project and trips out of the project. So deliveries, those kind of things that go on from day to day in any neighborhood in the city. So the traffic impact analysis, we go through, we look at different levels of impact. We look at our intersections, level of service, how much delay, how much time are we going to add to a driver's time when they get to that intersection, the average delay. We're going to look at queue lengths. How long is that turn pocket? Are people spilling out of that left turn pocket and blocking traffic from making a through movement? We're going to look at roadway segment capacity utilization. So how much traffic is using that road throughout the day on an average basis? We're also going to look at freeway level of service. So once we get all that and these things that we know we're going to look at, we have 4 specific time frames we look at. We look at existing plus project, near term plus project, and cumulative plus project. And those really represent years, and I'll talk about that in a second. So existing is now, plus project in the next 5 years. What's going to happen? Near term would be in 15 years, and cumulative, that's 15 to 25 years out. What's going to happen to the traffic within the city? We also consider projects like the Beechwood specific plan. We take those projects into account in our near-term and cumulative impact analysis. We don't ignore other projects that are going to come in within the city that we know that are going to happen. The Red Tail apartment complex, these other ones that occur. We look at land uses, what we think are going to occur during those time periods, and factor all those in so we don't miss traffic, so that we have a conservative estimate of how much impact that this project and other projects are going to have. So this is a little map here. It just kind of shows you what the different study intersections and the levels at which they're impacted, existing, near-term, and cumulative. Now, the mitigations that we're going to talk a little bit about tonight include adaptive signal timing, signal coordination between signals, new signals in Creston Road, new right turn lanes on Niblick Road, and also TIF payments, traffic impact fees. So those are ways that development pays its fair share to the city for the impact of their development. So now I just want to go real quick through the different study areas, the different project impact locations, excuse me. So up here we have Highway 46 and Union and Golden Hill. So Union and Golden Hill is one of our most heavily impacted intersections at the moment. That is currently undergoing design for a roundabout. The project will be required to pay its fair share in traffic impact fees towards that project. And as well as the Union Road overpass, which is also part of our traffic impact fee list. Now, this is Creston from Riverside to South River Road. These 3 signals will have right turn overlaps, meaning free rights. People will have that green arrow when the other left turn is going, that green arrow that we see at some signals. It'll go through that transformation. We'll also have adaptive signal timing, so that corridor works together in harmony and can adjust to the traffic loadings coming from either side in either direction and on its side legs. The project is also going to be required to install 3 new signals on Creston Road. The one here at Scott Street, we have one here at Stony Brook and one here at Meadowlark, and also adaptive signal timing for those 3 signals. Now, the 2 below here, just want to note that the Beechwood specific plan, which we're not talking about tonight, will actually be required to install these 2 signals. If, however, in the future, the way the mitigations are written, that Beechwood does not move forward, the applicant will be required to install these other two signals. So they are required to do it down in the future when they're needed, only if Beechwood doesn't move forward. So that's how the mitigation's written, so they are on the hook to do it. It's just Beechwood has more of an impact, so we're trying to spread out those mitigations. So the next one is a stop sign here at Charlotte Road and Creston Road. And we have on Niblick, new turn lanes, adaptive signal timing, and fair share payments for impacts. So I want to talk about Niblick. Just to give you an example of what this looks like. So the applicant is required to do adaptive signal timing, to change the signal to accommodate a new right turn lane here for the eastbound traffic, a new right turn on the southbound traffic, and a new left turn, a second left turn pocket here at Niblick Road in order to mitigate their impacts. Down at Niblick and South River Road, their applicant was required to install a right turn lane and extend the left turn left turn pocket here to accommodate additional vehicles that will be coming on to be using Niblick Road, and also be required to do adaptive signal timing. So now I want to transition back to project roads. So the project has three different types of roads: arterials, collectors, and local neighborhood. And I want to just give you I want to give you an example of what they are. And we also are planning, we're going to require construction of two new roundabouts. So first, arterials, Niblick Road, which we're proposing to rename Niblick. This is Sherwood here. This is the cross section, so it's a 6-foot bike lane, 11-foot travel lane, and a 12-foot median on each side, and that mirrors back and forth. Also want to mention on Niblick Road, there will be a 12-foot meandering path for pedestrians, bicyclists to use. Now that road is similar to Dallins Drive. So Dallins Drive is what we call a divided arterial. It has in this case, it has a center turn lane, a two-way left turn lane, the 11-foot lane, and the 6-foot bike lane on it. The next example is Lene Road, which is here in this location. This is a country arterial coming into the city. It currently comes in and does, as Mr. Frace mentioned, the zigzag through. It'll be connected to this new roundabout here, and folks from the county will be able to come in, bypass the zigzag, and come right into the city. This is a section of Lene Road. So it's a 6-foot bike lane, 11-foot travel lane, mirrored on the other side, plus the multi-use path on the south side of the road. And an example of that road would be River Oaks Drive, which has the same configuration, and it's an undivided arterial. Now I want to talk about the local neighborhood roads. So everything you see in white in here is a local neighborhood road, maintained by the project, and it has various forms, but I wanted to give you this example. So this is an example of one of the local neighborhood roads. You'd have 8 foot of parking and a 10-foot travel lane. This is similar to Vineyard Circle, which is in River Oaks, and it's, excuse me, go back there. It is, the actual project cross-section is wider than Vineyard Circle, in this case by a foot, but it's a very similar road. Now I talk about the roundabouts. These will be modern roundabouts designed for the largest legal California truck that's allowed on our state roads. If a truck larger than the California legal comes through, they would be able to mount the mounting apron here and make the turning movements at both roundabouts, so there would be no problem getting through. Also, all the city fire trucks and all delivery trash trucks and those kind of vehicles will be able to make it through without mounting the center divider, the center mounting strip. So now the last little bit is there are a lot of trails and paths associated with this project, a lot of opportunities for walking and bicycling. There's going to be Class 2 bicycle lanes throughout the project, here on Airport, on Niblick Road, around the perimeter, on Lene. Also, we're going to have, this is the blue trail, so there's these blue trails on the project. This will be a walking and bicycle path, and then the 12-foot meandering path. The only difference is it's a little wider. They're proposing to use personal electric vehicles, those little runabouts that you sometimes see on those pathways, which is legal in California. And so those are the red pathways you see. They're more of the significant perimeter and interior pathways in the project.
David, question,
Yes.
real quick. What's the material on that pathway made out of?
Asphalt.
It is asphalt. Thank you.
So with that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions, or I can wait till after public comment.
Thank you. A couple of quick questions.
Sure.
Has there been any thought given to, we're talking about, a 10 to 30-year planning window there, and the potential difference in modes of transportation, the potential addition of public transit, different types of vehicles. Is there any thought given to that at all, or is that just something that it's impossible to quantify?
No, the EIR requires the applicant to provide bus stops and work with the RTA on providing bus stops within the development if RTA needs those bus stops. So we'll be working closely with them on those, on public transit. And now in terms of the alternate modes of transportation, roundabouts really will work well in the future. There's no need for any kind of signal coordination on those. In the future, though, the work that they're doing on the signals with adaptive signal timing will really help with the free flow of traffic, especially if we have, pilotless cars or driverless cars or some other kind of, new technology. I know that there's what they call smart cities. Smart cities really bump up the game and really optimize your traffic flow by, all the signals are talking to each other and having, being able to adapt the traffic loading as it occurs within the city.
Okay. And then you had mentioned there were 2 traffic lights that would be built, but we're not sure who will build them. How are we assured that if the next project you mentioned doesn't go forward, that those lights are going to be built? Do we collect money for those in advance? How do we do that?
So the mitigation measure is tied to issuance of building permit. I don't know the exact number, but for example, by the 550th building permit, we'll be checking those conditions, and if Beechwood hasn't moved forward, then we would require a traffic impact study, what's going on at that signal right now at that level since Beechwood hasn't gone in, and they would be required to put that signal in, say at no later than the 600th unit. That's how that's written, if Beechwood doesn't move forward.
But I mean, when we get to that point, we determine that it has to be put in by the current applicant. When we get to that point in time, how do we know that we have the money and we have the ability to do that?
I'm sorry, I didn't misunderstood your question. The city engineer would direct the applicant to submit plans for that signal, and the city would not be able to issue additional building permits until that signal.
Okay.
And Mr. Mayor, further refinement of that answer, the development agreement assures that if any part of the project is transferred to another developer or a merchant builder, the obligations transfer with it.
Okay, good. And then I notice in the drawings, and it may just be purposes of illustration, there seems to be a lot of vegetation here. Maintenance costs long-term are obviously a concern. Do we have any thought to that?
Yes, so the applicant will be required to maintain all the vegetation in the project along the roads.
Any other questions?
Yeah.
John?
Yeah, on this slide, actually, David, that's the one I was going to get to you. You're showing 8-foot parking. Typically, it's 7, but you have 10-foot travel lanes, which actually would equal more like 11-foot lane. And these are the streets interior to the project, not really on the arterial Niblick. Is that correct?
That's correct. So that local road would be these streets here, just just the applicant or the residents would be using.
Okay. And that's why I asked that question on, for instance, Niblick. when we have that bike path area made out of asphalt, why do we need to have Class 2 bike lanes on Niblick? I mean, in other words, we have multiple bike ways of movement and more narrow traffic lane.
Right, so you have several different types of bicycle riders. You have bicycle riders that are inexperienced and young, for instance, parents and their kids, and they typically do not like to ride on Class 2 bike lanes. And I think also that, so that's one issue, is then the more experienced riders, the people who ride on road bikes, don't like to be on the Class 1 lanes. And so you try to offer a multitude of different opportunities for people to ride their bikes. I think also it's part of the applicant's project amenity that they're trying to, that they believe they need for their project. And so they've proposed the 12-foot meandering path on this side. And also it complies with our ped and bike plan, which calls for Class 2 bike lanes on Niblick.
So if we reduce the bike lane to 5 feet, that takes off the Class 2 down to what?
It would still be a Class 2 bike lane, it just wouldn't be consistent with our arterial standard for bike lanes.
So is there any reason why we can't make the travel lane 12 and make the bike lane 5?
You could do that, it would just be inconsistent with the city standards.
Again, I'm trying to design this for what's going to be used the most, obviously cars, right? And I think I've heard and seen from your staff that, you know, the more narrow the lane actually reduces the speed of the traffic lane. In other words, cars don't move as fast. Is that kind of what the plan is?
Well, I think just there's a couple things going on. One is, like you mentioned, narrower lanes tend to lead to lower speed. Not always, but tend to lead to lower speeds. 12-foot is the lane width of a freeway, and so Caltrans has adopted that standard. A lot of cities are going to narrower lanes. For one reason, it's less expensive to maintain. It's less asphalt over the long term. In terms of Niblick Road, the city will be maintaining this road, and you know, so you have an economic reason, you have a speed and you know, safety reason. We want to try to keep those speeds down to 35 miles an hour, the design speed for the road. Wider, longer, straighter streets tend to lead to speeding. I get a lot of complaints on the roads around town that have that condition about speeding.
Okay. Well, maybe we'll hear some testimony from public about that. But again, I'm trying to state that, you know, the idea is to move vehicles as fast or as safely as we can. And so I saw an opportunity there to, you know, bring that bike lane down to 5 versus 6 and help that out a little bit. It's still within our right-of-way that we still have. It's just a stripe location, basically.
It is basically striping location.
Okay. Any other questions from council? Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I'll pick this back up. So mentioned there's a general plan amendment. We're amending a couple of the sections of the general plan, but the primary change is to the land use element. And within the red boundaries, we will be amending the general plan basically to incorporate the land use schematic of the specific plan. So that's what the general plan amendment map looks like. And then same thing for zoning. So we have to update the zoning map to match the specific plan. So you can see we'll have the R1 areas where we have the single family lots, the R2 where we have the small lot, and then the R4 and R5 where we have the apartment areas, and then the open space will be recognized as open space areas. So that's how those fit together. You mentioned, Mr. Mayor, the issue of maintenance. Obviously, maintenance is a key issue. This project's been specifically designed to deal with the maintenance. So this map here, everything in color is an area that the maintenance is assigned to some sort of entity. So the city is responsible for the arterial road the asphalt maintenance. But beyond that, the project will fund the majority of the rest of the maintenance, so all the landscaping areas, things like that, along the roads, local streets, will be maintained by the project. So that's incorporated both into the development agreement as well as into the specific plan. We also have done the fiscal analysis of the project, and we have the Community Facilities District that will be created to also create a services funding mechanism for the project. So it's a combination of all those that will address long-term all those maintenance obligations throughout the project. So I think this is basically kind of a state-of-the-art approach to maintenance that you have before you. Phasing is another key part of the project that's built into the development agreement. The key thing just to kind of know is the project starts here kind of where Sherwood and Fontana is, and will progress to the southeast. So these major backbone roads get built prior to the first unit, and then this is the first part of the project. Second part of the project, phase 1B here. That's when Turtle Creek Park gets built. And then as we get past the Overlook Center, this is phase 2. That's when we'll connect Niblick Road down to Meadowlark. And then finally, the back corner is phase 3. So that's kind of how the project works. What's nice is the multifamily apartments and the major roads happen first. So that's really a nice component of the project. And then, as I mentioned, there's a specific plan. That's the policy document that's in your package that guides the overall development of the area. And in addition, there's a secondary document, the design guidelines, that deals with really the character elements of both the architecture and landscaping. And together, those two will regulate all the development as they move forward. And then maps, as I mentioned, there's 5 tentative maps. One of the things that's we've done with this project, which I think is a really good approach, is there's large lot maps for the project, which create these large 20-acre parcels that basically will break the project up into parcels that match with the zoning and the specific plan. And then once those are recorded, and that's when we'll record the maintenance districts as well, then they have the option to come in at a later time and then record these smaller maps in phases as development progresses. So that's the way most modern projects are developed. It's important for financing purposes. So there's 2 large lot maps, and then there's actually 3 small lot maps that's part of your entitlement package tonight that the Planning Commission has reviewed. And one of the key things when we're talking about mapping, we have this area basically kind of where Airport Road and Lene kind of dead end. There's an old subdivision tract from the 60s called Our Town that's located here. There's about a dozen houses that were built in the 60s here. This has always been kind of a important area because we needed to realign Sherwood-Niblick through here and extend Airport. But what we run into is because of this old subdivision, there's a lot of leftover parcels from the 60s that needed to be realigned and reassigned. So basically everything you see in color here is a parcel or a right-of-way that needs to be adjusted as part of this project to accommodate the realignment of the roads and infrastructure and then to allow the development. So Michael Colatano has been working very diligently with all the property owners in this area to work out how the property exchanges work. Those street abandonments that I talked about are the green areas that aren't needed for streets in the future that the city will be giving back to help facilitate this process. And this is all reflected in those 3 development agreements. And with that, I will turn it over to the city manager.
Thank you, Warren. So the development agreements are an important part of this project. And let's back up as to what a development agreement is. And a development agreement really serves as a tool to assist both the developer and the community. And it does that by assuring the applicant that the entitlements that the council grants are vested so that they stay in effect over time until a large project like this can be built. A lot of things can happen, external factors, changes in the economy, so it's important that the developer knows going in that the rules of the game aren't going to change mid-project. Similarly, the development agreement is of benefit to the community because it locks down some of the contributions of the developer to the community as a whole and other factors that are important to the community, and we'll go through those. There are 3 ownership groups in this project, and as a result, there are 3 development agreements. First, and we will hear testimony from these 3 developer groups in this order. The first is the Olson South Chandler Development Agreement. That's with Danny Brose and his group. Second is the Fuentes Family Agreement, and we'll hear from Travis Fuentes and his group. And then finally, as Warren just finished talking about, the Our Town Agreement. And it was a requirement that all 3 of those agreements be signed before the council took any action tonight. We've been negotiating and finding some minor modifications that were needed right up until the start of this meeting. So at some point this evening, Your Honor, we'll need a recess so we can make sure we have signatures on all 3 development agreements before we proceed. Warren, if you'd go to the next slide, please. So in general, development agreements are optional. However, in the case of the Olson South Chandler project, they're really mandatory for several reasons, both for the developer's perspective and from the city's perspective. As Warren has intimated, they are phasing requirements, phasing opportunities, and a timeline that's associated with this agreement to ensure that even though both of us are motivated to provide housing for our community, and the developer's invested a lot of time and money, so he certainly wants to see some return on his investment, things happen. So it was to both of our advantages to ensure we had mutual agreement as to the timeline of the development of the various phases of the project. And as Warren has also indicated, one of the benefits of the way this project was designed is that the higher density portions are completed first because we are in such need for workforce housing, rental housing, apartments, and so that's a really good part required by the development agreement. That leads right into the affordable housing aspects of this project. And as you can see there on the slide, there are 60 apartments. What was negotiated is the city actually has the ability for 3 years to purchase that land at a reduced price from the developer if we were able to put together a very quality affordable housing project through either the Housing Authority or REDS or People's Self-Help Housing. Certainly, we have the ability, and we've done that by working closely with the Housing Authority, for instance, on Oak Park. So we have a 3-year window of opportunity. If the city chooses not to take advantage of that, then the developer is required to build those apartments. There are also density bonuses that may come with that development that could lead to additional apartment units, and that's certainly something we'll be looking at. In addition, there are 100 for sale at workforce housing rates. Those are likely to be the townhomes, and those also will be very beneficial to the community and also occur early in the project. And then finally, there are a minimum of 60 accessory dwelling units that will be built. And as we know, that's certainly a development that's in play right now with our housing element update, and so that's very crucial to provide an additional segment of affordable housing. And finally, don't know why that one jumped out in importance there. That's a quirk of the system. We do have a local preference program for buyers, laborers, and contracts, and that local preference program is uniform to all 3 of the development agreements tonight, and we've already told Beechwood and Gateway it'll be part of their development agreement. So that's something we're really pushing at to make sure that when these houses are built and these apartments are built, that the people who get the first shot at them are people who live in North County or work in North County. Next slide, please, Warren. Okay, so just to continue on the Olson South Chandler Agreement, as the council remembers, there's been a lot of work over many years to try to figure out what was the best development that would occur in these areas for the community. And those efforts, the city paid for. And so the portion of those efforts that is the responsibility of the Olson South Chandler Agreement, Danny Brose and his group, is about $800,000 worth. And what Mr. Brose has offered, instead of paying those cash to the city, and as you know, with our budget limitations, we'd love to see that $800,000 check come to the city, but we've agreed instead that money will be spent to upgrade Royal Oaks Park. That's an existing park, not even in this development, but it's a heavily used park. It needs some upgrades, it needs some modernization, and Mr. Brose has agreed, and we've agreed that instead of paying us that money, it'll be invested in that park. So that's a huge benefit to the neighbors of this project. In addition, the development agreement talks about how the development impact fees will be used and how credits will be applied. So if the developer creates an improvement, and we've been collecting fees, or in the future will collect fees for that intersection, similar to what David Athy was talking about, then we will credit the developer for the expenses that he incurs. So that's a benefit to us both. As Warren talked about in his slides, we will see a brand-new park, Turtle Creek. We'll see the upgrade to Royal Oaks Park, and we'll also see at the southern end of the development, 2 parks, Oak Knolls and Royal Oaks. And those are all subject to some park fee credits. We also, as you know, collect non-traffic development fees for growth in the city to pay for police services, fire and general government services, including library, and they will be paying the standard fees for us. So when the time comes, we will be able to make those improvements, and we're already planning on, as you know, Fire Station 3 and a police annex. And finally, with water and wastewater, they will be paying the standard fees, not receiving any credit except for the sewer upsizing on Scott Street. Next slide, please, Warren. All right, another key element of the development agreement is the community financing districts. And as you know, we've been talking about the potential for a community financing district for quite a while. We have a current one that's just for services, and this project will create 2 new districts, one for infrastructure, for which bonding capacity is allocated, and one for services and maintenance. The cost of the services and maintenance CFD, and that's not only to do street maintenance and landscaping maintenance, as well as fire services, police services, and other services, and that's all been addressed in the fiscal impact report that's in your packet. The cost of that will be approximately $580 per unit, and that seems like a lot. On the other hand, development should pay its own way, not only initially, but on an ongoing basis. We don't want existing residents of the city to have to subsidize the people purchasing these new homes. And so that is to balance that out and ensure both revenue neutrality to the city and revenue cost neutrality to existing residents. The infrastructure CFD was requested by the developer, as I indicated. It does fund the new infrastructure. And as you remember, you adopted guidelines for an infrastructure CFD several months ago, and on a later slide, we'll get to this in more detail. But the development agreement does indicate the maximum tax rate that's available for the infrastructure CFD. Next slide, please, Warren. Okay, so as you remember, several months ago, you did adopt these guidelines, and I wanted to show through this chart how the proposed development agreement sticks very closely to those guidelines. As you remember, the guidelines were not set numbers. We recognized at that point some projects maybe will come in lower, some projects higher. In this case, the proposed agreement and the proposed project is meeting all of those guidelines dead on, except for one change, and that's the maximum tax rate at 1.9% instead of 1.8%. And down towards the bottom, the CFD gets to collect assessments, collect taxes for up to 10 years prior to the actual occupancy of the units. And that was something that wasn't addressed explicitly in the guidelines that you adopted. Next slide, please. All right, second of the 2 development agreements is the Fuentes family agreement. And this, fortunately for you, as you had to read all through these, is a much shorter agreement. And the primary elements, as you can see, are on this, solely on this page. None of the 3 projects really can be built without dedication of some Niblick Road right away. And because of that dedication, primarily by the Fuentes parcel, we did agree to increase density on that parcel. And so you'll see that we're going to rezone that parcel later tonight to increase density and transfer residential allocations. We are also, as part of this, vacating some areas that were previously dedicated to the city that really weren't of use to us before now. And with the traffic roads and patterns that have been designed, they are not of any need to us going forward. And Mr. Fuentes' team's a commitment to repay the specific planning fees that have already been fronted by the city, amounts to $135,000. This parcel will, through the development agreement, join the Public Services and Maintenance CFD, but not the Infrastructure CFD. They do not need to join that CFD. And then finally, the Our Town agreement, and this is the only one of the three that tonight doesn't really envision full entitlements. Our Town is not coming in at tonight for any development rights or entitlements. However, the development agreement is necessary primarily for the right-of-way dedication, and Our Town will be dedicating a portion of the Niblick Road extension to the city. As a result, we're doing some rezoning on Planning Area 10, and we're vacating, again, some areas previously dedicated to the city. And you'll see that the primary portion of the development agreement is devoted to how the existing units are going to continue with private well water and then transfer to city water and continue with their septic systems and eventually transfer to the city sewer system. So that was all done to ensure that the existing developed lots within our town were not penalized by development occurring around them, but at the appropriate point, they will connect both to city water and city sewer. Next slide, please. And then we wanted to just give you some basic facts because affordable housing, workforce housing is such an important part of these projects and the subsequent projects that will be coming to you because it's so important to the community. We want to just remind you of some of the basic facts related to affordable and workforce housing. As you can see, we have to go based on the county standards and the county median income, even though we're significantly less than that, and that's why we work so hard for affordable housing. And you can see there the county's definitions and state definitions for workforce housing and affordable housing, both of which are addressed in the development agreement with the Olson South Chandler Range people. Final slide, please, Warren. And then this is just some more data. You've seen this before. You'll see this as part of the housing element update. We wanted to have it in front of you tonight, just in case you wanted to refer to these specific numbers before we went any further. Open to any questions related to the development agreements.
Very good. Questions from council. Mr. Gregory.
Just for clarification, Tom, can you go back on that's the community financial districts for the service and for the 1.9%? Is the service fee included as part of that 1.8 or 1.9%?
So that is the maximum tax rate for both services and infrastructure. Tax rate, the additional tax rate as a result of this development cannot exceed 1.9% of assessed value.
Okay. And then on the service portion of that, is that a fixed number or does that go up every year?
These are going to be fixed dollar amounts, and they will not adjust for inflation. So as the house becomes more valuable over time, the tax should become less burdensome.
And then a question on the CFD on the 1.8 or 1.9%. What is the term is 35 years, and then that sunsets?
The services CFD is forever because your duty to fund police and fire and other services forever.
Right,
the infrastructure CFD has a 35-year term, might be shorter, but it's up to 35 years to acquire the capital to build the infrastructure with. It's paid off over those 35 years, and then it goes away.
Okay.
And we will be issuing bonds probably in 3 different tranches, so there'll be 3 different overlapping 35-year periods. So the total term will exceed 35 because that third tranche will go out farther than the rest.
Okay. And then going a little further back in your presentation, Tom, I didn't see any timing restrictions on the affordable housing units. Are there any?
So the first phase of the Olson South Chandler Ranch development must be initiated within 10 years, but it may take longer than that for full build-out. And then the subsequent phases are also in 10-year segments. But if the first phase builds out in 8 years, then that second phase starts in year 8, not in year 10.
So we're entitling the developer to take up to 30 years to build this project?
To build all of this project.
All of this project?
Yes.
That's the question. Thank you.
Okay. Tom, on the issue of local preference, how is that going to be executed? How will we, what is the program for assuring local preference when?
So there are
those houses
actually
go on
two 30-day periods that take place. So marketing to North County residents or North County employees must be initiated 30 days before marketing can occur for anybody else. So that gives our people 30 days of which they exclusively know about the project, can come in and talk to the sales office, whatever else, to see if it's something that they are interested in. And then at the point at which they say, I'm absolutely interested, then there's a 30-day period that they have, during which they have exclusive rights to pursue the purchase of that residence.
And this is for local preference within the North County, you said?
North County.
So if I walk in and say I'm interested, do I what, show them a driver's license? How does that work?
It would be based on the marketing would be targeted to this area, and the right to a preferential unit would be based on some proof of residence in this area.
Mr. Gregory?
Clarification on that. So is there going to be a limited number of houses available for locals, or are they just going to have first shot?
So as each phase is released, before marketing can occur for any house within that phase, the same rules apply, whether it's the very first phase or the last phase.
So if they offer 50 houses in a marketing segment and they get 50 expressions of interest from locals, they can't sell a house to anyone else until those 50 expressions of interest either time out or turn into contracts.
And if it's hugely popular like that, then we go to a lottery system for locals?
We didn't envision that, but let's hope that's the case.
Come on, Tom.
Mr. Strong?
Yes, I have two questions. The first question, we skipped over one slide very quickly. How many of these units will fit our RENA numbers, Regional Housing Needs Assessment?
So that's actually still under negotiation because the HCD has to approve our new housing element. One of the reasons we selected the consultant that we did is because of the relationship with HCD. Fred, your contacts with HCD will be very valuable because not all the rules are currently set for this round of housing element adoptions.
I understand, but do we have a basic estimate of a
They
minimum?
have to give us 60 ADUs in the first phase, and if they finish that phase without having delivered them, we will meet and confer and get the balance out of the second phase. We anticipate that the ADUs will count towards our affordability requirement. The apartment complex is going to be at worst workforce standard, and if we can put together the financing to buy a 55-year covenant to make it better than that, we will. So we're expecting to make substantial progress against our housing element. Exactly how well we do remains to be seen.
Okay. Second question might be more for Warren. If this was not done under a development agreement, as we're doing now with all these PD, if this was just under our general plan and the state's entitlement laws, how many units would this property accommodate?
How many total units on the property?
Yeah.
Your base density for the general plan today is 1,233 units.
So the only benefit they're getting out of this is about 60-some units.
Well, part of this project is to increase the density of the project by an additional 60 units, but you can't do any development without the specific plan and all the other agreements and process. So there's a lot of benefits to it, but one of the benefits is that they're getting 60 additional units. Most of those get allocated actually to the Fuentes parcel, which was part of the deal to acquire the Niblick right-of-way, because they have to actually dedicate right-of-way in addition to their fair share.
I understand that, but just for our full understanding, under state law and property rights law, I mean, they have a right to develop something. So we have a general plan now, we have basic zoning now, and they could do over 1,200 units on that right now, but they wouldn't have to do all the open space and the other amenities, as I would understand.
The
Is that
basic
true?
trade of a development agreement is they get vested rights, which puts them in a position to attract financing.
Right.
And we get to demand things that the law won't allow us to do as conditions of other kinds of entitlements. So all of your local preferences, we probably could not impose on an ordinary zoning application. But because they're agreeing to them, we can. So that's the trade.
And I would assume a lot of the parklands and development there.
Probably.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I'm clear on that conversation, okay? And I want to make sure everybody else is clear on it. We're going through a process of specific planning and developer agreements, which is on top of our general
That's right.
plan, our general plan. So if I understand the councilman's question correctly, if we were not doing a specific plan, if we were not doing a developer agreement, then under the general plan zoning, we would anticipate the possibility of generating up to 1,200 units on this property. Is that correct?
So under the general plan allocates 1,233 units to this parcel.
Okay.
We aren't currently zoned for that, which is another level.
Okay.
So we're zoned, there's zoning in place for 891 units and then 750,000 square feet of industrial. So actually, a lot of the Chandler piece of the project's currently designated or zoned for industrial. So that's part of what we're doing tonight with the general plan amendment, is we're changing that designation so it matches the general plan so that we can accommodate that 1,233 or the 1,293, whichever the council selects for the overall build-out density.
Okay, very good. And then one last thing, for folks who don't live in the world of alphabet soup the way we do, could you explain what HCD means?
HCD is the State Department of Housing and Community Development.
Okay.
And that's the department that governs what we can do and cannot do with housing. And that's the department that has to approve our housing element. Every 5 years, we have to propose and have approved by HCD the housing element. And it gets tougher and tougher each cycle because throughout the state, not just in Paso, but throughout the state, we haven't been building as many homes as is necessary to handle the growth of population in the state.
Okay, very good, thank you. Any other Mr. Hammond, yes?
Yeah, Tom, again, this development agreement is, I think, well-crafted, but here's a question. The main public is going to see impact, I think, essentially from traffic. Everything else seems to be taken care of, you know, for all their improvements and then what they're going to be doing with their CFD to take care of their additional impact to the city. But are you guys, are staff comfortable with the amount of help with regard to our main arterials, speaking of Niblick and Creston, for improvement from this project? In other words, they're doing a lot of intersection project that are going to improve, but overall, are you satisfied at that point that the main arterials, they're going to be impacted no matter what for time, for traffic, but is there anything more we can do or ask of the developer for that?
Well, there's always, we're never satisfied, and there's always more we can ask. So thank you for asking an open-ended question. And I'm only being slightly facetious because we had not completed the Niblick corridor plan when we started this project process and we started the development agreement negotiation. So it's certainly an arena of discussion worth having. In addition to the intersections and other projects that are listed in our transportation impact fee list, are there additional improvements to the Niblick corridor that we would ask the developer to participate in and contribute?
Again, I'm cognizant and very sensitive to overloading a project where it won't pencil. I mean, we need to have the homes built for just inventory, but on the other hand, if you feel comfortable at this point, that's the main question I had.
Just an observation from outside your city. When you're trying to build a circulation system with major components that are just dreams on the engineer's map, it's very difficult. There's not enough funding out there to accomplish maintenance of what we've got, much less constructing the new. And so we need the economic development contributions of projects like this, because what they're doing for us is they're giving us the land, so we don't have to condemn it and pay for it, and they are building the improvements, which we don't have to fund either, and they're creating the economic engine that will create the tax activity that we need to maintain it.
Got it.
So these big connections can only happen through projects like this.
Thank you, Mr. Gregory.
I think Maria has,
I'm sorry, Maria, I didn't see you.
Yes. I wanted to get some information on the wording on the contracting. We heard about the buyers, but what about the contractors and the laborers for local?
Preference? You want to do that one?
Each developer who comes to the table will have to propose a plan that meets the standards of the development agreement, to do outreach to the local contractor community about contracting opportunities, and to do outreach to the local workers who have the skilled trades that are needed as well. We suspect that the plans will look an awful lot alike because they'll all be willing to do what we propose. But we've put a little bit of flexibility in so that each merchant builder who comes in has to do a plan for each of those outreach efforts.
But do they also have the timing, like the buyers?
There aren't hard windows in which they have to reserve opportunities to contractors, because the concern is that some of the merchant builders will come in with a set of contracting relationships in place, and they will want to sub out some work to locals, but they won't buy the land if they're required to use anything but their contracting team. My recent experience on laborers is that there's a shortage of skilled construction laborers in California throughout the state, and they're happy to hire anybody who's got the skills. So they'll be perfectly happy to work with your local union halls and local contractors associations to find any skilled laborer they can find.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Gregory.
So on the slide where you have the affordable housing, you have a slide, on that, there was a list of 108 workforce housing units. So my question is, the developer has to not sell it at any more than the workforce price that SLO County has set, but he could sell it for less if he wants to.
Correct.
So, thank you.
Anything else?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we've gone through this relatively quickly, and as you saw from your addendum and your errata sheet tonight, there are things that are evolving. So, for example, it came to our understanding and recognition tonight that South Airport Road and Meadowlark Road probably need to be built sooner than the original proposal that's in your project description. So we discussed with the developer, and they have agreed to build those two road segments sooner than was exactly listed in the agreement. And for example, there's another recent change, and that is that the specific planning fees are currently valued at $800,000, but by council policy, that increases each year by interest based on how long it's been since the city fronted that money and how long it's going to be before we're paid back. And so we recognize that even though it's at $800,000 today, by the time the developer and we are ready to sit down, it's going to be some larger number. We don't know exactly what that is at this point, but at the point at which those fees are used to upgrade the park, then we'll sit down and determine what they exactly are and what's the best way to address that and come to agreement at that point. So there are a lot of these little fine points that even in 6,000 pages, we didn't necessarily get right the first time. And so as you see in your addendum, we've asked you to approve a 17th motion tonight, and that is to authorize the city manager and city attorney to make amendments, needed changes to the exhibits and other documents, not the ordinances, not the resolutions, but all those detailed documents, fully consistent with council policy, assuming you approve the first 16 recommendations, because we're going to find things that we didn't see up till now.
Okay, very good. Mr. Strong.
Actually, moving a little bit backwards to David Athey. Traffic has come up a lot in the discussion, and you mentioned briefly something I've heard about at the national level called smart cities. If we took any steps toward becoming a smart city, would that improve the traffic situation further?
Well, I would anticipate that having that connectivity between, traffic signals would be a benefit to the operation of the corridors within the city, not just Niblick, but Spring Street and Creston Road.
So it would be even better than what's already proposed here?
It would definitely enhance it, yes.
Thank you.
So for instance, one proposal might be to connect all signals in the city through a smart city program.
Right.
So that will benefit not only the people who live in this project, but people throughout the city.
Correct. Thank you.
Very good. More presentation, Mr. Fraser?
Yes, we have a couple concluding things we want to talk about. So let's finish up with the EIR. A couple things just to keep in mind on the EIR. It analyzed all the impacts that were potentially could result from the project. So in addition to everything we just talked about, like traffic, we also looked at things like aesthetics, biology, cultural, hydrology, and noise, and we have impact analysis and mitigation measures for those. In total, the project has 57 different mitigation measures identified. Almost all of those impacts are reduced to a point of less than significance. There's what we call a mitigation monitoring reporting program. Basically 52 pages long. That's the mechanism by which all the subsequent permits will be tracked to make sure they're consistent. So I think there was a question about some of the signal timing, things like that. All of that's in the mitigation monitoring program, and that's also tied to future projects like Beechwood, so it's integrated there as well. We do have what we call some significant and unavoidable impacts. Those are also known as Class 1 impacts. Those are where, even though we're mitigating the impact, there's still what's considered a technical residual leftover impact that we have to call as significant and disclose that to the public. So this, you got to keep in mind, CEQA is a public disclosure process. So some of these words sound scary, but really it's just to make sure everybody understands, what the outcome of a project is. So when we're talking about air quality, both during the operational phase and cumulatively, there are some air quality impacts that remain significant. So those have a Class 1 impact. And then transportation-wise, even though we are going to be spending millions of dollars on road improvements and intersection improvements, there's still some level of service operational issues and queues that remain unmitigatable. And then we have the Caltrans issues, the freeways, where we can't make improvements. It's up to Caltrans to make those improvements. Those remain potentially significant as well. So those are in the what we call Class 1 categories. Even though they're Class 1s, we still will adopt and implement the maximum feasible mitigation measures. So we're still mitigating, it's just there's a leftover when we're done there. As I said, all the other impacts are mitigated less than significant and are incorporated in the mitigation monitoring program. There was kind of a question about what the base density of the project was. That's actually was analyzed in the EIR as well. So the proposed project that we analyzed in the EIR is the 1,293. That's the project in the specific plan. But we also thoroughly analyzed the option of what happens if you just build what's under the general plan, which is 891 residential units, 750,000 square feet of industrial. Basically has the same impacts either way. And then if we don't transfer those 60 units into the project, for the Fuentes project, just do the 1,233 units, basically the same impacts as well. If you were actually going to try to reduce the level of impact to off-site circulation facilities, you would have to go all the way down to 250 units, which is well below what you've already zoned for. So it's not a feasible alternative. You would basically have to buy back property just to accomplish that. So that's not a feasible alternative. Because we do have some Class 1 impacts, we have to adopt what's called a statement of overriding considerations, where basically the council is acknowledging there are impacts, but there's benefits to the project that basically balance out accepting those impacts. So I'm just going to hit these really quick, but we basically are creating a variety of new residential neighborhoods. That's consistent with a number of your housing element policies. We have 113 acres of new public and private recreational facilities. That's consistent with your parks and recreation element of the general plan. You're preserving on-site riparian and oak restoration areas, especially along Turtle Creek. That's consistent with the circulation and the conservation and land use element policies of the general plan. We have new community amenities, community buildings, recreation, and pool houses. That's part of the land use element. We have a whole system, as Dave Athey spoke of pedestrian and bicycle paths. That's consistent with your conservation element, your housing element, and your circulation element. And then the production of construction jobs, as well as new permanent jobs in close proximity to housing, is consistent with both your land use policies as well as some of your circulation goals. So part of approving the EIR tonight, and that's Resolution A, and most of the documents actually before you are related to the EIR. We had the City Attorney's Office, BBK, they prepared all the findings to adopt the EIR and make the statement of overriding consideration. So those are all wrapped up in your Resolution A. As the city manager mentioned, there is an addendum that was issued today. So that includes some public comments that we received since the staff report was issued, as well as changes to Ordinance A, B, and C. We've also issued an erratum today. That just has some minor corrections. So there's a correction to the numbering of Exhibit A, which is Resolution J, which is one of the tentative maps, and then also Resolution K, which is also a tentative map, some numbering clarifications, and then a clarification to Condition 5. So the recommendation is in the actions you take that you would include the addendum and the erratum in that action. So here are the actions that are before you tonight. This is the recommendation from Planning Commission and staff. So Resolution A is the EIR. Resolution B is a general plan amendment. Action 3 would be introduction for first reading by title only, Ordinance A, which is the zoning code amendment. Resolution C is the specific plan adoption. Resolution D is the master development plan for the Fuentes parcel. Resolution E is the approval of the street abandonment package. Resolution F is your oak tree removal permit. Resolution G is the large lot map for the Olson Ranch. Resolution H is the large lot map for the Chandler area. Resolution I is the small lot map for the Olson Ranch. Resolution J is the small lot map for Chandler. That includes the errata. Resolution K is a small lot map for the Fuentes parcel, which is also known as PA9, also has the errata. Resolution L is approval of street names and street renaming. And then item 14 is Ordinance B for first reading by title only. That's the Olson Ranch 212 development agreement plus the addendum. Item 15 is Ordinance C for first reading by title only. That's the Fuentes Family Development Agreement plus addendum. The next item is Ordinance D, first reading by title only, the R-Town Development Agreement plus addendum. And then the addendum also added item 17 by minute order, authorize city manager or city attorney to make minor changes to the actions above. That's part of the addendum. So that will conclude staff's report, and we're happy to answer any questions.
So questions of staff, we're going to have a further presentation by the different applicants?
Correct.
Okay, so any further questions of staff before we move to that? We move on.
So, Mr. Mayor, go ahead, Dan and Mike. We'd like to have the presentations by the applicants be in the order we've discussed the development agreements. So the first presentation will be by the Olson South Chandler Group, headed by Danny Procet and Mike Nagar, and Mr. Nagar is at the lectern.
Welcome.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, it's my pleasure to be here today. My name is Mike Nagar, and I've had the privilege of being the project manager on this project for over 2.5 years. It was a sincere pleasure working with your citizens and your staff. I will tell you that one of the reasons why it was a pleasure is it was a collaborative process between your citizen staff and us. I have to tell you, they were not easy, your citizens and your staff, but they were engaged. And that was very important, and we knew that we had to come into El Paso de Robles and create a project that was acceptable to the community, your staff, and of course yourselves. That's all I have. I'm going to turn it over to my project team, and I'd like to introduce you to them. Our project planner, Mark Zonerich, is coming to the podium. Here today, we also have members of our engineering staff, should they be needed. It's Brad Buckwald and Rachel Hawthorne, if you just raise your hand. We know biology may be a real important question that may come up, so we have our biologist here, Dan Mead, I think you're, and there's Lindy. Okay, Lindy, glad to see you here from Outhouse and Mead. And our attorney, Jim Vaughn, here, if necessary, to work out any legal issues. So If there are questions that do come up by the public, we'd like the privilege, if possible, and if needed, to come up and answer some of those so there's no confusion when the time comes. At this time, I'd like to turn over the podium to our planner, Mark Zonarich, and he's going to dive into a little bit more specifics about the project. Mark?
So, Mr. Mayor, as you know, council practice is to give an applicant 10 minutes to present their project. In this case, you have really three different development teams for a total time of 30 minutes, and you can certainly allocate that as you see fit.
So my plan right now is to go ahead and go through the presentations, and then, excuse me, before going to public comment, take a short break, because we'll have been going at it for quite a while, and then we'll come back fresh and hear from the public. So, please.
Thank you. Good evening, council members and Mr. Mayor. As Mike mentioned, we're honored to be here this evening and present the plan for Veneto. As Warren mentioned, in terms of its overall context, downtown is kind of the northern portion of the slide. Sherwood or Niblick actually kind of extends all the way down through the entire project, with Meadowlark at the southern boundary, Hanson on the eastern, and Lene on the north here as well. Kind of airport traverses South Chandler portion of the project. Before we get into the specifics of the plan, I'd like to mention just a little bit about the public process that Warren alluded to earlier, and specifically the charrette process that we went through. Back in May of 2018, we came into town and we conducted a week-long public charrette. You may have remembered seeing some of these posters in and around town. In addition to that, we sent out a number of mailers and advertising with local media as well as the city webpage to attract as many residents within the city as possible. Over the course of that entire week, we had an opening and closing presentation along with a midweek, what we call pin-up, for some iterative feedback loops from you all in the community, as well as a series of about 12 stakeholder meetings on specific topics ranging from traffic, water, schools, local businesses, pretty much every specific topic that you would want to consider in planning a new development. Over the course of the week, we had about 300 to 400 people turn out for it. This is a slide taken from one of the workshops we had. These are held at Virginia Peterson Elementary School. And our studio that we set up during the week was at the Holiday Inn here just around the corner. As you can see, we brought in a team, a multidisciplinary team of architects, engineers, planners, illustrators to help craft and shape the vision for what the project could become. As part of that process, we did a public workshop in which we did a dot exercise in which local residents identified with 3 different colors, red, green, and blue, areas that were seen as negative things or needing improvement. Green meant things that were, positive attributes. Blue were opportunity. And what we did was we essentially overlaid all those different sets of analysis that we did to kind of come up with this composite map here. And then we overlaid that then with some of the physical constraints and opportunities of the site. Some of the most notable features, as Warren pointed out, is the Turtle Creek kind of trajectory that goes from east to west, linking into the existing neighborhood just west of us here. There's a prominent knoll currently on the Olson property with some fantastic views out from that, along with another prominent knoll on the southern end, which many local residents were very animate about preserving. So we worked diligently to do that. We also picked up on the PG&E easement, finding ways to incorporate that into the community. As I mentioned, we brought in a multidisciplinary team actually from all over the country to help us shape the vision. These are some of the preliminary designs for that. We looked at cross sections of streets, some of the amenity buildings, what those could look like, some of the open spaces, and a very open and collaborative process. Now, the slide here, the slide on the left represents the plan that was generated at the end of the charrette, and the plan on the right is the final plan of the specific plan. As you'll notice, there are a number of similarities between the plan, and I think it's really a testament to the amount of information that we received through that public process early on in the charrette from the public, really giving us good insight. And also over the course of the past 18 months, the development team has really worked hard to maintain that vision, make sure it was consistent with that was developed through that process. In terms of an overall framework for the specific plan, we really looked at the open space to kind of set the framework, if you will, and we organized all of the neighborhoods around that. As I mentioned, some of the most notable features are Turtle Creek Park here in this kind of green swath through the middle of the PG&E easement. The lighter greens kind of symbolizes the more prominent knolls on the property. There's 3 kind of larger circles here which indicate a 5-minute walk. All residents within the community are actually located within a 2.5-minute walk of a smaller neighborhood park and a 5-minute walk to a larger, what we're considering like an amenity center or a larger kind of regional open space network. As part of that analysis, we also looked at preserving and opportunities for oak tree mitigation. We know it's very important to the city. This map here indicates areas that were identified for more significant replanting. There are, I believe, 174 existing native oak trees on site. The specific plan proposes removal of 52 of those. And I should have also mentioned that all of them are in varying states of health. So not all of them were, fantastic specimens, but the ones that were in good health, we really worked diligently throughout the plan to preserve as many of those as we could. So for example, this is kind of the central recreation facility here. And as you'll notice, there's a very prominent oak tree kind of in the center of that. Initially, we looked at a different grading pattern here. We actually redesigned the entire parking lot for this area to kind of feature and celebrate that tree there to preserve it. In addition to that, just some other examples. On the northern edge of the recreation center here, we realigned and changed some of the grading and of this loop road here to miss some of the existing oaks to preserve those, as well as completely change the alignment here of this street, which is originally shown in what is red, which was very impactful to a lot of the trees in the riparian corridor along Turtle Creek Park. So as you'll see, the final trajectory minimizes impact to those trees and preserves them as much as possible. And actually, we did that all over the entire site, but I just want to give some more detailed examples of the care in which we took with our design. The open space framework, as I noted, really kind of set the tone for the entire project. The entire specific plan area is 355 acres. Over 113 acres we're preserving, we're replanning as open space and park. So nearly 1/3 of the entire project area is actually dedicated to open space. The slide here on the left kind of looks at the different various characters of open space. The orange indicates a series of private and semi-private recreation amenities. The green represents community park. This is going to be completely public, an extension, as I mentioned before, of Turtle Creek Park. And everything that's notated here in yellow is going to be HOA or neighborhood level park or open space. In terms of level of access, the slide here on the right, everything that's in green is going to be what we consider open access to anyone in the public. And things that are here in orange are going to be semi-public, regulated by hours and membership. And I'll get into that in a second for those amenities. Warren kind of covered this earlier in terms of the overall maintenance. So the only thing actually the city is going to be maintaining, as Warren mentioned, is going to be here in red in Turtle Creek Park, along with those basins within that area, and the road surface of the arterial network shown in gray. Mr. Athey also did a great job earlier of elaborating on the extensive trail and path network that we have here. We have over 8 miles of trails, sidewalks, and the like throughout the entire project. Here's an illustration of what the Niblick Boulevard corridor could look like when it's done. Here's a depiction here of that multi-use trail. Again, some planted vines and more like of an agrarian kind of landscape palette, picking up on that which Paso is really known for and celebrated. A lot of things, a lot of questions came up during some of the open houses that we held regarding the interface between the existing residential on the west and our project on the east. These series of slides here indicate what that interface between the existing residential would look like and the proposed new residential. So we're actually dedicating a 40-foot landscape easement or buffer along that western edge, which is depicted here. It would have a pedestrian and bike trail that would go down the middle, but as you can see, it's going to be heavily planted for privacy on both sides through that. In addition to that, we're also going to have a multimodal path, as Mr. Frace had mentioned, kind of encircling the other perimeter here, the other sides of the Olson property. Mr. Athey kind of walked through this in much more detail, so I won't elaborate on it, but just some, some of the character of the existing, or I'm sorry, the proposed streetscapes here. This one in particular is Niblick Road. One thing I wanted to emphasize here too is kind of the lushness of the plantings that we're envisioning. Really creating a really high quality environment throughout the entire specific plan. Here's a depiction of a typical residential street. As you can see, curb separated sidewalks with a planting strip or bioswale, on-street parking with 2 travel lanes in the middle. One of the things that Mr. Athey mentioned was NEVs, or neighborhood electric vehicles. Here's a depiction of what some of those look like. Now, these are more of what we consider like a golf cart kind of a model, but they're also, in addition to that, the other thing that's becoming very popular right now are e-bikes and e-scooters, and we've designed the multimodal paths to accommodate those to get people from the various amenities and park spaces throughout the plan. One of the other things that came up during the Planning Commission meeting was our considerations for transit. And this map here kind of depicts 4 potential locations of bus stops. The ones that are in pink are kind of the non-residential nodes, if you will, for guests and employees also of what we're calling the Overlook, kind of the main recreation center here, and the farm stand here at the western boundary of the project. In addition to that, we're proposing 2 others kind of shown here in green for the main or major park amenities in the specific plan. So I'll quickly go through some of the different amenities within the project. At the entrance, at the western kind of boundary where the project begins at the end now of Niblick Road, so here's where the Niblick Road extension will begin. We're proposing something called the farm stand. The idea is that it would be an evolutionary building that would first start off as like an informational and sales center for the community, but then kind of transition into a multi-purpose room that could be used by either the HOA or maybe some outside groups such as Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, community meetings, hopefully local farm stands could utilize this space. So it's really a functional kind of amenity there at the entrance. It also sets the architectural tone for the community, again, picking up on the agrarian kind of history of the site and of the region. In addition to that, on the kind of on the South Chandler portion, we're calling the pool house. It's a smaller kind of recreation center that would be managed by overseen by the larger kind of recreation facility, but it would really service the residents of the South Chandler portion of the project. So in addition to actually having a pool house here, we would have an adult pool, a kiddie pool, maybe a splash pad, an opportunity for a spa and some barbecue areas, and possibly a bocce court. The main recreational facility is at the heart of the Olson Ranch. It sits atop the most prominent knoll on the property so that more people can take advantage of those fantastic sweeping views looking out over the vineyards to the north and to the east and all the way back down to downtown. In terms of the anticipated programmatic elements for that, we're anticipating an events barn where they could conduct events such as parties, weddings, conferences, things of that nature. In addition to that, there will be a more traditional kind of recreational clubhouse with a community great room, a business center, a whole fitness wing with locker rooms, gymnasium, a gym, like a fitness room, and spin or yoga studio. In addition to that, there would be a full-service spa and an outdoor kind of demonstration kitchen area, seasonal bar that would be covered, again, to take advantage of those sweeping views and celebrating, the wine culture that Paso is so well known for. In addition to that, we're anticipating up to 8 practice pickleball courts and 2 to 4 competition courts as well. Here's an aerial depiction of what that could look like. One thing that was brought up that was questioned during the Planning Commission was the parking facility for that. We're anticipating over 180 parking spaces servicing that whole facility there, which services all of the facilities that are being proposed, or satisfies all of those facilities. As you'll notice, again, that tree save that we did in the middle of the parking lot here, kind of everything kind of radiates and celebrates that tree there. And you can see some of the existing oaks here that we've kind of worked around in our planning efforts. Along Turtle Creek Park, we're proposing 4 pickleball courts that would be open completely to the public, a parkour course, which is like outdoor exercise equipment, along a series of trails and paths that would traverse the entire length of Turtle Creek Park and actually tie all the way back into Airport Road. Here's an aerial depiction of what that could look like from the existing neighborhood here to the west, kind of looking back and seeing how seamlessly integrated that park system is and coming through to Royal Oaks Park. As Tom had mentioned, the developers agreed to do an extensive amount of improvements to the existing Royal Oaks Park. Some of those would include rebuilding kind of the existing baseball or sand lot that's there now, the introduction or the construction of a shade structure and barbecue area, a rebuilding of the existing tot lot that's there now, and the addition of 2 basketball courts and a parking lot and bus stop along Airport. In addition to that, we're looking to celebrate the PG&E easement here with a series of trails, vineyards, and orchards along that. We're also proposing a private dog park there that would be utilized for the residents of the community that could tie into that overall trail network there. In addition to that, we're proposing 3 tennis courts to be located within that PG&E easement. Here's an aerial depiction of what that might look like. And again, at the southern end of the Olson property, preservation of that oak knoll was really a priority, as we heard through the charrette process. We're proposing on keeping that pretty much in its natural state, with only a decomposed granite trail kind of leading up to the top for an opportunity to sit maybe under a shade structure with some benches, something like that, to take advantage of some of the fantastic views there, but preserving all the existing oak trees that are on that knoll. Here's a depiction of the Meadowlark Park, which would be at the base of Oak Knoll Park, kind of where Niblick and Meadowlark intersect. Here's just an example of what could be there in terms of like a passive open park, a lot of orchards and vineyards there. Again, paying homage to the agricultural heritage of the region. Here's a depiction of what the city gateway could look like. This is the roundabout at Lene and Niblick, with a native oak planting in the middle and a lot of native meadow grasses around it. Again, always reinforcing that character that is and celebrating, what really makes Paso special. Now, getting into the different housing typologies, we're looking at 8 different housing typologies. And here's kind of a segmentation matrix of what they are. We're looking at 60 multifamily or apartment units here. The disposition of those units kind of follows the natural lay of the land, in which the flatter kind of areas here of the project area are best suited for the higher density typologies. So on the western side here in planning area 1, we're proposing the apartments, the 60 apartments. Planning area 2 would be 108 townhomes here. Planning areas 3, 11, and 12 would be what we're calling single-family detached alley homes. Again, smaller lot housing typologies, but in a more affordable configuration. Planning area 13 is what we're calling motor courts or courtyard housing. Again, higher density, but the idea is that they cater to a more workforce level of housing just by their density and the size of the units themselves. And then kind of to the southern portion and the northern portion of the project area, we're looking at the more conventional larger lot single-family homes. And anything from 5,500 square foot lots, 6,600 square foot lots, and 7,700 square foot lots. The overall kind of disposition of the units is about 50% of all of the project units are in that small lot or multifamily, more affordable kind of range, and about 50% are in the larger lot single family. So it's a really good balance, and it's a wide range of housing options throughout the project. Now I mentioned, that was 7 typologies. The 8th typology that Tom had mentioned earlier is ADUs, or accessory dwelling units. Now what is an accessory dwelling unit? Just really quickly, here's a conventional larger lot, single-family detached home. Instead of having a bedroom in the front of this house here, for example, there may be an option, or there could be an option, in which it is an accessory dwelling unit. So an accessory dwelling unit is essentially a small apartment or small condo in which you have sleeping quarters, a small kitchenette with a sink, maybe a dishwasher, a microwave, and a full bathroom. So it's a completely self-contained living unit, and the idea is to provide more affordable housing opportunities within the city. We think this is a great way that's also very compatible with the housing typologies that we're proposing. Here's just another example of that on another home. This is a little bit a larger example that has maybe a kitchen nook, a tech desk, or a desk set off to the side, along with a washer and dryer. So there's a whole range of these. We've looked at integrating these to a number of different typologies that we're proposing. Here's just, again, kind of the disposition of unit types. Another thing I wanted to mention, you kind of see this quilted patchwork here in the greens. We've intermixed the lot sizes of the 50-wide homes, 60-wide homes, and 70-foot-wide homes, really to create a more varied and interesting streetscape, so that you just don't have neighborhoods or enclaves of all the same product type. We really wanted to kind of intermix the housing typologies to make it a more interesting and authentic place. So here's some depictions of what those unit typologies could look like. Here at the top are the apartments. Here in the middle are the townhomes. The green court or alley-loaded product that I mentioned to you before is here on the left. The motor court or courtyard product is here on the right. And the various lot sizes here. And actually, these are intermixed streetscapes. So you can see here there's a 70-foot wide lot next to a 50-foot wide lot, next to a 70, next to a 60. So you get an idea of that diversity of form and massing along the streetscapes. So how do some of these typologies work? Here's a more detailed depiction of the apartments, for example. We've been very cognizant of affordability on these units. We're looking at one building plan to keep it very simple. That's repeated 5 times, but in order to create more interest and authenticity in terms of the architectural language, we're proposing 2 architectural styles to create that sense of diversity there. In addition to that, we've proposed locating the storage that's required for these units here, kind of tucked back in the middle of these parking lots so it's not seen from the street. And in addition to that, we're proposing a small leasing and recreation building here for that, along with a couple of bocce courts for outdoor recreation. Each of the typologies, we've been diligent in looking at the amount of parking that's required for each of them. And all of the different typologies meet the current city standards for the parking ratios that are required. Here's an elevation depiction of what the apartments could look like in both a Spanish style and modern farmhouse, again, creating that diversity of streetscape, architectural language. And this is getting onto the townhomes here, looking at that in more detail. So there's 108 townhomes proposed. They're arranged around a series of paseos and green spaces. Again, the parking study here that was done. And here's what that depiction, the streetscape depiction could look like. One thing is kind of unique with these townhomes here. is that all of them also have private outdoor space. So it's not just a condo unit with no outdoor space. We've accommodated for private or semi-private courtyards in front of each one of these units here or off to the side. The motor court product that we had mentioned before, a courtyard product, is seen here. The way that that's designed is that basically there's a common access driveway that would access 6 units off of it. But one of the really kind of unique things about this product is it's a great placemaker and a great streetscape maker in that it's all front doors oriented out to the street. There's no garages actually oriented out to the streets. As you can see, you can have a lot of guests and on-street parking along all the streets. In addition to that, I know that there have been some other iterations of this built in the city in the past that had some problems with parking and turning movements and things of that nature. In our analysis, we found that those were actually 5 units. Rather than having 2 across the back like this, they only had 1 in the middle, so it made some of the turning movements very problematic in getting in and out of these more buried units there. So by having 2 here, there's much easier access in and out of those garages, and it functions much better. Again, it's a way that we can get higher density, more efficient footprints, driving affordability by design. Here's just the picture of what that could look like from the streetscape perspective. Again, here's a break kind of in the streetscape of the common access drive that would lead back to those units in the back. The other kind of small lot typology that I mentioned before is an alley-loaded or green court product here. All of these units, again, have the garages in the back. It's a very friendly pedestrian streetscape. Porches and front doors are always oriented out to the street or a paseo or green, along with a side gate here that would entrance into kind of a side patio yard here off to the side. The specific plan calls out 3 architectural styles for the residential elements of the specific plan. The first being progressive Spanish, the second being modern farmhouse, and the third being what we're calling wine country. Again, all 3 of these styles we feel are indigenous to the region and its history, and play homage to a lot of the styles and detailing and stuff that you would find in and around Paso. The 4th architectural style that we're proposing is what we're calling commercial agrarian. It's just a larger adaptation of kind of that farmhouse look. A lot of times you'll see these on the larger agrarian buildings in and around the region. This is what we're prescribing for all of the non-residential components of the plan, such as the rec and amenity buildings. As Warren mentioned, in addition, so everything I just covered is encapsulated within the specific plan, but in addition to that, we have a design package that's very extensive that includes everything from typical planting plans of all the different housing typologies that we're proposing, as well as all 4 side elevations, or what we call full wrap elevations of each of these housing typologies. In addition to that, every floor plan of these various typologies we've developed and included as well. Warren covered this in more detail earlier, so I won't elaborate on it, but essentially the phasing of the plan essentially goes from the west to east, or southeast along Niblick Road. And speaking of phasing and progression, I showed this at the opening presentation of the charrette. And, you know, evolution and phasing of the city is a natural process. And if you'll notice, this is an aerial slide that was taken back in 1994. If you take a look at all of the orange areas here, from 1994 to 2017, all of those areas were filled out. And our project location is right here. And as you'll notice, and Warren you know, mentioned this earlier, but I think it's really important to note that, you know, I think for the public, the biggest question that I always hear as a planner is, well, what is it really going to look like? What is it really going to feel like when it's all, you know, done and built out? Because it's one thing you come in here and you sell us these great pictures and it looks fantastic, but what is it really going to feel like? So to give you an example of that, the neighborhood here to the west has 715 units. There's only 1 lot size, predominantly 1 lot size in all 715 of those units. It's a density just short of, or just shy of 3 units an acre. And there's only about 13 acres of open space within this entire, you know, neighborhood module. The same one that we're proposing here on Olson The Olson portion of the specific plan has only 639 units. It's less dense than what is currently over here. There are 6 housing typologies that are represented in here, so there's much more diversity. Within those 6 housing typologies, I mentioned there's a couple different nuances that we've done to create a more diverse and interesting streetscape, even along the single-family residential portions of the project. And most notably, there's 96 acres of open space, trails, and community amenities, which is an astounding number when you really step back and think about how much open space we're working to preserve here. So all said, I mean, the specific plan here really has the workings to become and be a world-class community, as it gets built out. So with that, I'll end the presentation. I'll open up to any specific questions that you have. Thank you.
Questions? John?
Yeah, Mark, one question. Out of those 96 acres of open space, how much of the CFD is going to be responsible for maintaining that? And I mean, you got vineyards and underneath them, the power lines and that sort of thing, which won't be inside the CFD responsibility, obviously, but what's the, I mean, in other words, is it going to work to keep them maintained with the projected cost?
Yes.
Okay. Bottom line, yeah.
Yes.
So I guess I'm just curious.
Yes, that's it, yes.
There is a lot of acreage there. And
It is a lot of acreage, you're right, But we've been very diligent in our analysis of the maintenance. We've worked with, a firm out of Central California in pricing out all of the amenities and the open space maintenance throughout the entire project. So you're right, it is a lot of open space, but to your point too, everything that's in green there is going to be maintained outside of the CFD. It's going to be privately maintained. So of that 96 acres, I don't know the specific breakdown off the top of my head, but if I had to guess, it's maybe half.
Half of it, right.
It is going to be privately maintained.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions of council? Thank you.
Yes.
Where do we stand now?
So we have one more applicant presentation.
Rock and roll.
He's in charge of the point. I'm not touching it.
Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, fellow council members. I'll be brief. My name is Travis Fuentes. I'm a member of the ownership group of Planning Area 9. And I have been involved in this property for nearly 20 years now in the prior entitlement efforts. And to put that into perspective, of my 3 college-age children, one had not been born yet, and the other 2 hadn't started kindergarten. So some call that crazy or patience. I'm not sure what column I fall into, but I'm certainly excited to be standing in front of you this evening. I'd like to compliment the design team that just presented. We're excited to be part of such a well-thought-out project, master plan, and excited to be here. And thank you for your consideration. I'm going to turn over the design portion to Scott Martin from RRM Design. He can talk through the layout of, or the thought behind the layout of our neighborhood and the product that we envision there. But we're available for any questions that you might have afterwards. So thank you.
Thank you, Travis. Honorable Mayor, council members, it's as Travis said, it's exciting to be here tonight. I think the specific plan has done such a great job at really teeing up a piece that we could come in and fill and be a part of, that it's been one of the easier things to knit within. So we are just talking about one parcel. It's the triangular piece right in the middle, the sort of hub of the overall project, if you will. As previously mentioned by staff, there's a lot of circulation surrounding this. This really does become the donut hole with Niblick completion, a large right-of-way dedication along Niblick to make that happen, some edits to Lene and Airport Road all coming through. This really is surrounded, if you will. As a result, we've played with a number of different site plans over those 20 years, Travis. I think we've had some fun looking at different product type and different typologies, and we built upon what was already being proposed in the rest of the specific plan. This is the site plan we showed at Planning Commission. We got some great feedback that night and some commentary on how to make the project even better. What you're looking at is actually lots, individual ownership lots. We feel like what we've seen in this county, individual property ownership still a big desire of most workforce people like myself. I'd love a place like this. So individual lots, a garage, a yard, a place to call your own, those are the sorts of values of this community and this area. And so we looked at the density being proposed, and we tried to take what would have otherwise been a townhome product and really pull those apart into individual lots. So basically similar unit types, unit plans, but pulled apart, front doors facing each other, pedestrian orientation, and then alleys providing access to those garages. All two-story product. We also felt like that was very important. There is great pedestrian connection to Turtle Creek, to the rest of the larger community amenities. So we did internalize some more semi-private, outdoor space, amenity space. Some of that is doubling as low-impact design treatment and natural parkways. But there's a common space to provide some amenities for this. See that I'll do both if I can. Thank you, Tom. There's some common space to provide some amenities for these individual residents, and then connectivity to the outer larger specific plan development. The big comment we heard from Planning Commission and public when we were here last was regarding guest parking. And I'm going to flip back and forth to just sort of show you the concept of this design. We have individual lots, and on each lot we provided a two-car garage, enclosed, shuttable, able to put your stuff in, your cars in. And we've also then provided one surface stall per lot as a means to provide for guest parking. As these typologies get smaller and smaller, often the street is looked for your only means of guest parking, and that can be somewhat limiting. So we well exceeded any guest parking requirements on an individual lot basis. However, the question came up, well, what happens when you have a couple people over for dinner or more than just your one guest? So based on public comment and Planning Commission comment, we have modified the track plan since then and added pockets of guest parking dispersed throughout the development that is more common. So you have your two-car garage, that's what's required. We have an additional surface space on each individual lot, not required, just provided. And then we have guest parking, common guest parking throughout the overall development. We think this sort of three-prong approach, as well as some controls through CC&Rs and the development itself, can provide the parking that's needed and a controllability over that as well. So a little more into some of the landscape palette, working with very naturalistic plants and drought tolerant. We think there's a bucolic beauty to this area of Paso that we want to build upon, and as an advantage that sort of leads you into some of the more drought tolerant plants. We are targeting what is that missing middle housing. I think some of you have heard about that, and some of you have no idea what I'm talking about. So in Paso, in North County especially, we see a lot of detached single-family homes, usually starting in that 5,000 to 6,000 square foot lot range at a very minimum. And then you have some sort of multifamily apartment sort of setting. And The problem is, many of us can't afford the detached, and many of us are desiring something beyond shared walls. And so this product type and a lot of the specific plan, as mentioned, is really targeting that middle housing group, whether it's duplexes, townhomes, or small lot development. And that's what this sort of tries to embody. In the rest of the specific plan, as mentioned, there's some townhomes, there's some alley product, and there's these motor courts. We've basically looked at something very similar in density to these townhomes, and we've just pulled them apart. We've pulled an 8-foot side yard onto every residence so that you have direct connection from your living room, a place to barbecue, a place for your dog to go outside, a beautiful fountain, and then still maintain the quality pedestrian environment and the quality streetscape along either Paseos or the surrounding streets, the public streets that surround our project. Again, all two-story product. We think that provides for a wide variety of what this housing market is looking for. We pulled all of our architectural inspiration straight out of the city. There's such beautiful history in this city. We looked at some of the massing and character of these simple salt boxes, even some of the Victorians that then derived into a more agrarian form. So simple boxes, 2-story massings, 1-story porch elements, a sense of threshold, a sense of transition, and that's what we've tried to provide. We love some of the bright pops of color. I think, again, that embodies that sort of quintessential Paso Robles, if you will. So we've played upon that on our architectural stylings. So that's what we have for you tonight. We're excited to be a part of the larger project and a piece of our own. I think we're a little unique in that realm as well. We're here to answer any questions or clarity as
Thank you.
have.
Council questions, Mr. Gregory.
Yep. So just a quick question for you. So you're going to maintain the surface parking spots with each unit?
Correct.
So how many units total? 177, is it?
No,
Or
117, sir.
117? Oh, it's
117.
being a little generous, sorry.
You got some people excited out there.
Yeah,
Careful.
sorry about that. And then you added about another 20 spots for public parking?
Correct, for pure guest.
And I won't ask you what your market price is going to be. There's too much competition in the room. Thank you.
All right.
Any other council questions? Mr. Strong.
This is almost going to seem silly, but I've seen the presentations for the AARP's full age span accommodated community proposals. Looking at these two, is there any age span you've missed?
Hopefully not.
Thank you.
Any other council questions? Okay, as promised, we're going to take a short break, give people a chance to stand up, get a breath of fresh air, and walk around. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. Folks, if you'd find your seat, please, we're going to get started again.
Unfortunately, I don't see any of them. They just wanted me to tell them that they still have 2 weeks. If they come up with comments,
Okay. So for those of you who were present at the beginning of this meeting, I promised you there'd be a lot of information. Promise kept. Now we're going to move on to the portion where we hear from the public. And that means if you have questions, you have comments, you have suggestions, this is your opportunity. And for those that may not have been here at the beginning, I'll go over the rules again. We have speaker identification cards at the back of the room on the table. If you're going to speak, we'd appreciate it if you fill one of those out and bring it to the front when you're ready to talk. Hand it to our staff member up here. When you talk, please talk directly into the microphone because we want to hear what you're saying, as everyone else does. And there are 3 lights at the lectern. There's a green light, a yellow light, and a red light. Everybody gets 3 minutes. The green light means you're good. The yellow light means you got 30 seconds left to go, and the red light means time's up. And that's just so that everybody has a fair shot. You know, we don't want to have one person go on for 20 minutes, another person get 30 seconds. It's fair for everyone. And so we truly want to hear what you have to say, and we want to answer any questions you may have. So what we do is if you have questions, I'll do my very best to write them down, and then we'll have the appropriate person answer that question when the public comment session closes. That way we don't get off on rabbit trails in the middle of the conversation. Before we get started, I want the public to know that I have had a meeting with a representative of one of our applicants tonight. Mr. Nagar and I had coffee this morning. At that time, I said, please do not tell me any conversations you've had with other council members to avoid any violations of the Brown Act. And he abided by that request and made no request of me regarding this project. We discussed for about an hour the process of getting to this point, from the charrette sessions to working with city staff and some of the other challenges that brought us to this point in time. But just to inform the public, I have had that meeting with the applicant.
Mr. Mayor, I had an ex parte also with Mike and also Mark, the planner, on specific items I had a question on.
Very good. Anyone else? Mr. Furchi.
Mr. Mayor, before you actually have people come to the lectern to provide public comment, did you want to talk about the presentations at the end of the meeting tonight?
Oh, thank you very much. Yes, so as we said at the beginning of the meeting, we have items after this on the agenda tonight. And looking at the clock, I really strongly doubt we're going to get to those presentations. They are not time sensitive, means we don't have to take action on those presentations tonight. So if it's okay with the council, I would like to let staff know right now we're not going to be hearing those presentations tonight, so they can go ahead and leave. Any problems with that?
No.
Very good. Okay, so we're going to handle this piece of business tonight, and then we'll reschedule the rest of it for another time. Oh, we'll do that, yeah. Okay, are we ready? We all got the rules. If you intend to speak, please come to the microphone now, and it's really helpful if you start moving that way right now so that as one person finishes, the next person is ready to go. Good evening.
Good evening. Jan Alvin. I'm a resident of Coyle Run. I have several questions. I'll speak slowly, Mr. Mayor, so you can write them down. I don't see any single-story units in any of the projects, so that would be my question. Are there? And then I ask that specifically because there are senior citizens around who don't do stairs. Secondly, the Royal Oaks, what did you call it? The Royal Oaks Park.
Mm-hmm.
And if I'm correct, you said that you forgave $800,000 to upgrade this park. Do you have a slide where maybe I can see where that park is located?
Mm-hmm.
Because you indicated that that Royal Oaks Park would be a benefit to the project. Well, so my question would be, who else does it benefit? I realize it's probably a public park, but it seems as though if you're going to forgive $800,000, it's going to be more of a benefit to the people who live in that project rather than the citizens of the city. So I have a question about that and a concern about that. I also want to know, will any of these projects have an HOA? Because HOAs are important for maintaining consistency and how everything, how people behave, if you will, or anything like that. So that was it. And so I want to talk about, just a few seconds, talk about the, how you mitigated the traffic impact, because there was significant problems with the traffic impact study. And the statement that was made was that you have mitigated those to be less than significant. I'd like to know how you did that. So right now, that's all I have.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome.
The affordable housing problem. Mike Rivera, P.O. Box 3134. You know, everybody continues to say we're a population of 32,000 people, but we're not. We have hundreds of thousands of people visiting us. I think we had over 1 million visitors last year. I don't know. We haven't got the numbers.
Excuse me, Mr. Rivera. Your light's on. Did you reset his time? You're operating on less than 3 minutes, and I didn't want that to happen.
Well, I don't want that to happen either.
Exactly. So please begin again. Thank you.
But anyway, so the affordable housing unicorn is something everybody's looking for and nobody can find. And the reason I said that we're a population of 132,000 more than likely, not 100,000, but not 32,000, people fail to recognize, along with all the other lodging that we have in the pipeline, that's going to continue to increase. And what's going to happen there, folks? What's going to happen is we're going to continue to create a demand for more people that are in the hospitality and service industries. Those historically are not going to pay enough money to pay for $500,000 homes. Now, I love the presentations these gentlemen made. I appreciate everything that they've done. And God love them. I love contractors and people who build stuff. But this city council is going to end up taking the city down a road, and it's going to be a mess if we don't back up, take a deep breath, and figure out how to deal with some of these other issues. I've said this over and over and over again. Our roads for existing people are horrendous. Our amenities for our existing residents are not good. All of our deferred maintenance, police, fire, you name it. And we're going to continue to exacerbate this problem because we've got a lot of hospitality coming into the area. So has any of this planning factored in all of those considerations as we move forward? You know, I talked to many, many, many people over the course of a month. Many, many people. One of the things that is consistent with those folks that come from out of the area, many of them are here for the first time, and many of them want to move here, and many of them are moving here. What is that going to do to your affordable housing? Well, the unicorn is going to continue to be you're not going to be able to find it. We're going to continue to be treading water for the foreseeable future. And who's going to suffer? The people that need to work hard and be workers in this city. They live in one room, they rent rooms for $800 a month. If they can find a studio for $1,200 or $1,300 a month, they're not going to be able to afford $500,000 homes, $450,000 homes. But yet we continue to push down this road, and we're not taking a step back. What is it going to take for us to finally understand that we've got to take a breath? Are we going to turn into instead of a lovely place to live, a horrific place to live? I hope not. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I see no one at the microphone. Oh, but I'm wrong again.
Joe.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Joe Coons. I'm a guest here. I live in Dresser Ranch, just up the road from this development. I kind of understand this train's left the station, but I don't mind spitting in the wind a little bit. We bought our property in Dresser Ranch around 2003, and I was shocked when I read in the TNT that the city had annexed the Olson Beechwood property, Olson Beechwood property and the Chandler property to put 3,000 homes on my only way into town. 3,000 homes. And I think Mr. Frazie's predecessor smugly informed me, well, we notified everybody 100 yards away. Legally correct and morally reprehensible. I think you are at 1,500 feet. That said, I remember a city council meeting, and I was actually having this conversation with my old friend, Mr. Martin, although I think I had him at a disadvantage at the time, but he wasn't aware of this, and I don't think Councilwoman Garcia or Councilman Gregory are aware of this, but I know Councilman Hammond and Strong were on the council when the newspaper did a survey of the people that you actually represent, not the developers, not the people that inherit ranches and want to raise the last crop, not the contractors, but the people you actually represent, the people that elected you, and asked, how big a city do you want? And the answer was 35,000 people. I remember Councilman Strong's somewhat duplicitous remark, well, we're going to vote in 45,000, but we don't have to build it. Well, folks, if you put this in, you're there. You're at 35,000. Okay? You're at 35,000. So that means the poor guy with 3 acres that wants to put in 3 homes, we're at 35,000. I actually happen to be an expert on Coxie. I heard your environmental guy said that you would lessen the risks but not eliminate them. I don't really know what lessen means, but Coxie can be a fatal disease. We've lost people in this community, and we are in an epidemic of Coxie due to the drought and then the rains. Traffic. So I was at the City Planning Commission meeting, and I heard that the traffic situation on Niblick is not mitigatable. So what that means is that you're going to add 2,000, 2,500 cars just with this, not mentioning Beechwood or the other Chandler Ranch. You're going to add all those cars to a situation that's not mitigatable. Well, there's a way to mitigate it. Don't build the houses until you can come up with the infrastructure. A couple of quick things. The traffic guy mentioned roundabouts. Said no driver ever. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
Paul Sloan, Director of Economic Development for the Paso Robles Chamber of Commerce. Honorable Mayor, council members, as the largest business organization in Paso Robles, representing approximately 800 members that employ thousands of employees, the Paso Robles Chamber of Commerce respectfully submits the following comments regarding housing needs and availability. Our community faces an ongoing housing shortage that continues to create significant challenges for individuals, families, and seniors due to the limited level of home building in recent years. Local businesses inform us that their current employees face significant challenges in securing reasonable housing that fits within their means. A key pillar of economic development is accessible housing that is necessary to accommodate a local and growing workforce. In order to work toward increased economic stability, diversifying the economy is essential. This necessitates providing more housing options to the community at large. We believe it is our responsibility as the Chamber of Commerce to champion a robust and collaborative community made up of thriving businesses, strong leaders, a vibrant workforce, and engaged citizens, and therefore support housing elements that make this possible. Thank you for considering our input.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Welcome.
Good evening.
Let's make sure his timer gets reset.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and the Council of Paso Robles. My name is George Sullivan. I reside in the Santa Margarita area, and you may be wondering, why am I here? What does this have to do with me? Well, I can tell you it has very much to do with me. I've watched this town grow. I've been here since '71 and crossed the highway with no problem whatsoever. But as a result of North County growth, that stretch of highway between Santa Margarita and San Luis Obispo has become almost like a long freight train due to the traffic. Now, some of you have heard me before, and I've been bringing this pitch to the SLOCOG for several decades. And, you know, Caltrans likes to depend on the developers to fix their problems. I understand that. And I understand that you don't have to fix their problems. You try to facilitate your needs within your city boundaries. But with clear conscience, and having heard from me in the past, I would think that before you make this a robust metropolitan city, that you consider how it impacts the surrounding areas, not just within your sphere of influence. I'm beyond unhappy about this. I mean, I know there's things you don't do because you don't have to. You're not compelled to. Your obligations are to whatever the specifics are to the project. And I'm sure within this project, there's going to be a lot of things that make people unhappy that you won't be able to address. They weren't discussed during the EIR, and too bad, so sad, just to be blunt. But I just have to express my displeasure with North County growth and how disconcerted it appears to be with respect to all those others that live around them, around this corridor. And I mean, to the south, we've had the incident where a young fellow was killed, and that resulted in the barrier being put up so there's no more cross traffic. Can't think of the kid's name, but he was a poly student who died. His parents were very active, and they basically closed all cross highway traffic. For that to happen where I reside would mean a trip to San Luis Obispo and then back over the Cuesta Grade to Santa Margarita to get my mail. But I know that I can't impact your project, but I just need you to know that when you go to the COG meetings, that this is a problem. I know there's only 100 residents, you know, in that corridor. I know we're not that big a vote or a voice compared to the rest of the county, but you know, we do have families, we have children, we have the same wants and needs as everyone else, and the impacts affect us too. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Sophie Guess. I live in 1855 Laguna del Campo. It's in Templeton, but I'm also a few hundred feet from the proposed project. So we are given this very romantic vision of that project, but I was at a council meeting a couple of weeks ago, and I learned that the zoning right now is for 2 units per acre. So the density that was required 2 years ago was 20 units per acre. Now it has gone up to 24 units per acre. And the pictures that we saw, at first I thought they were warehouses, you know, because they are covered in corrugated iron sheetings. And you asked about that, Councillor Amon. And then when they zoomed on them, I realized they were condominiums or something. So we are far from the modern Paso chic. It was more of a modern Paso shock as far as I was concerned. And also there's been some changes in the latest documents, the 720-page documents, because now I'm learning that it's not 1 million cubic yards of soil that's going to be moved in order to grade the whole area. It's 2 million now, 2 million, as if 1 million was not frightening enough. It's 2 million cubic yards of soil that's going to be moved. So I think we are downplaying, some of your presenters were saying that the valley fever, there are measures that are being taken, we'll use the same measures. If those measures really worked, we wouldn't have a growing number of valley fever cases every year. And it's growing so much now that it's being studied now in San Francisco, and it's being treated like this coronavirus. You know, they have to wear the full suits to study it because they find it can be so deadly. So this is being downplayed, as well as the air quality is being downplayed because, you know, the environmental report states that it's a class 1, like this gentleman was saying for traffic. Air quality is a class 1 problem where there are no mitigations that are going to change the fact that the air quality is going to be it says exactly this in the report, in case people have not seen it. It says the increase in ozone and PM10 concentrations in San Luis Obispo County as a result of the project would contribute to adverse health impacts that are already occurring due to the region's non-attainment status for these pollutants. So these are, respiratory and eye irritation, possible changes in lung functions, health impacts, bronchitis, non-fatal heart attacks, premature death in people with heart or lung disease. Although California has some of the strictest laws about environment, we are the most polluted state already in the whole country. And in the list of 10 most polluted cities in the US, 6 of them are in California. So we are going to override this and go, over the thresholds that are allowed by the laws about environment, and I think it's a bad thing.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Hello, Jim Fotnakis, and I live on 72 Navajo Avenue, and I had a home on 30th Street and a condo in Templeton, and those are mainly so my kids can stay living here. I do apologize, that's all you need is me at 9:30 saying another guy to make it a little bit longer, but I had to say a couple of things. I don't have concerns as much as just some recommendations. In being a former high school principal, I always made these recommendations. So first of all, educationally, what is your projections, and I don't need the answer now, on the amount of students coming out of these projects? It used to be 2.5 kids per household. So just how many kids are going to be generated out of there, and what impacts will they have, especially on your elementary schools and later on into your high schools? So that's something I'd like to at least hear about later. On your pathways, being part of another project on your pathway development along Navajo, and thank you for walking the pathway with me, and to the developer, and some of your pictures were showing low-level lighting. Be careful on the sprinklers, the lighting, the benches, and the trash receptacles, okay? You make them out of wood, and they tear them down, they use them for firewood. They're low lighting, they're gonna get tore up. Get it up high. So ask a high school principal how kids tear up furniture. I'll be glad to plan it out with you, okay?
Good idea.
Lastly, Xeriscape also. Lastly, some of the speeches that I gave at graduation was that we all moved here to come to a great area, and our own kids can't afford to stay here, they move away. Now, I have 2 or 3 are still here because I'm buying them houses to be here, but Grandpa's running out of money. It seems on some of these developments, I don't know what affordability is, but the cheaper homes seem to be the smaller ones, and they look like little studios. For the younger growing family with 2 kids who need space for toys and playing, it doesn't seem good right to me. It'd be nice to have the bigger home in their own yard, but they can't afford it still. Well, that's all my only comment. And lastly, I've come to a couple of these. I'm very impressed by the quality of these guys. They know their stuff. And I'm glad Paso Robles has that infrastructure, okay? Templeton doesn't have that yet, and they want to be a city. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Welcome.
All right, I actually have some slides that I sent to Warren, I think. Everyone will enjoy, I'm sure. My name's Andy Peckham, by the way. I live by the high school. So I put together this presentation to make based on the environmental impact report, the traffic section, my best interpretation of it to try and make it somewhat more comprehensible to normal humans. So basically, the east side, we have a huge problem that we only have 3 access points to get in and out of the east side, and that's not really enough for our current population. Of course, we have schools along Niblick and Creston that complicate that a couple times a day. And the big issue is none of the mitigation efforts that this development is proposing is going to help with that basic problem. And the airport road extension, which keeps getting mentioned, isn't actually going to be completed as part of that, so it doesn't really have a chance to help. The mitigations they are proposing, there's 15 of them. 8 of them, the developers are just paying to help the city make some changes to the roads. 7 of them are actual projects. And in my opinion, pretty much the vast majority of these projects seem relatively minor. Maybe except for a couple turn lanes and a roundabout. They're, just small traffic lights or stop signs or timing. And honestly, it seems like most of these projects should already be done for our current traffic load, let alone the additional load that we're going to see from these big projects. The other problem is most of the mitigations that they're proposing, the EIR itself states that there will still be significant and unavoidable traffic issues at these locations. And I'm not making up this wording. The EIR says significant and unavoidable. They're not saying minor issues. So it seems kind of silly we're going to make these, these mitigation projects, and then we're not even going to fix the problem. And even the ones that claim to fix, I'm not so sure that Crescent Road will be fixed just by signal timing, and I'm not sure that Crazy Roundabout is going to work at Golden Hill and Union. So we'll see. Overall, there's a huge, not just the ones I showed before, but there's significant and unavoidable problems all over, including the highway. So it seems like this is not an acceptable situation, and we need to rethink a lot of this before we go forward on this project. Another big problem I noticed is that they didn't study Charlet and River Road intersection. And they justify that by saying they don't think there will be increased traffic on that section, which seems completely unimaginable. Basically, I have a lot of conclusions and some recommendations. I think we need to address the access issue to the east side. We need to study that intersection I mentioned, because there will obviously be traffic there based on anyone with common sense. We should restrict building permits based on the city actually completing the mitigation projects, because as far as I know, the developer only has to pay their fair share, and the city doesn't necessarily have to actually build those projects. I think we need to extend Airport Road. I think we need to work with Caltrans instead of writing those projects off, which the EIR basically does. And I think we should shoot for better than pre-project levels of traffic, not just trying to get it to where we currently are, which is not a good situation. And finally, I think we need to eliminate most of the quote-unquote significant and unavoidable issues. And without doing a lot of those things, I think it would be pretty irresponsible to approve this.
Thank you, sir. Would you like to speak? Okay. So the applause isn't part of public comment then? Good. Anybody else like to speak? Seeing no one at the microphone, I'm going to close public comment, bring it back to the council. We have a long list of questions to answer, and I think they're probably all going to go to our applicants. So I'm going to start at the top, and council, if I miss any, let me know. There was a question about the perceived absence of single-story units in these projects. Who would like to comment on that? Single-story units.
To respond to the comment regarding single-story homes, actually a vast number of the single-family detached homes in which we're proposing, we're actually proposing them to be single-story. So perhaps I didn't elaborate on that when I was going through the slides earlier, but we anticipate a significant percentage, if not the majority, of the single-family lots to be single-story, in fact.
Anything else you'd like to add to that? Very good, thank you. There was a question about the $800,000 forgiven for Royal Oaks Park. The question was, who else besides the people in immediate residence around this park going to benefit that, and is that an appropriate use of funds? It will actually benefit the entire community. Mr. Frucci.
So, Warren, would you please put up the slide that shows the location of Royal Oaks Meadows, please? So the Royal Oak Meadows Park is an existing park, but it's actually west of Airport Road, so it's west of this project. It's surrounded by existing homes, And so the primary beneficiaries, and Warren, maybe with your red light, you could outline the park's location there.
Is it actually east of Airport Road?
I'm sorry, east of Airport, but west of Poppy Lane, I'm sorry.
Right.
Yeah. So that's Royal Oak Meadows Park, and as you can see, probably even with that overhead, there aren't many features in the park, and those that are there are pretty old and inadequate to the demands just of the existing neighborhood. So the primary beneficiaries of the improvements to that park will actually be the residents of existing neighborhoods. And you can see because of the placement of Royal Oak Meadows Park and Turtle Creek Park, that creates a linear park. So people living, for example, west of Airport Road can go to the park and continue east all the way through Turtle Creek Park over to Henson Road. So it becomes a very substantial open space amenity with both passive and active recreation opportunities.
Very good, thank you. Question about the proposed existence of homeowners associations, HOA?
Yes, we are proposing an HOA, and that also responds to a question earlier about maintenance of all of the open space throughout the entire project is actually going to be maintained by the HOA.
Very good, thank you.
There will be subsidiary HOAs and a master HOA. In fact, Mr. Fuentes' project will be part of the master HOA, so we'll have some coordination there.
Very good. Several questions, and I really think this is going to be the core of our discussion. Several questions about traffic. First one was someone indicated they had the impression that traffic problems were going to be mitigated to less than significant. That wasn't what I heard. I mean, there'll be mitigation, but there will be some residual, unavoidable traffic impact. Am I correct?
Yes, that's correct. There are some intersections that will not be mitigated, will not mitigate the impacts from the project's impact. So what does that mean? So let's take South River Road in Niblick. They're going to add a left turn. They're going to add a left turn pocket, increase the queue length, and also add a right turn lane. Well, and do signal enhancements at that intersection. So that means when we look at an intersection in terms of the delay, we call it delay. How long does it, on average, does it take somebody driving to get through that intersection with a signal? And so, using just a specific number, say it's 30 seconds. And we looked at, we've got a table in our slides. We've looked at all the intersections. We looked at all the delay without mitigation for the entire project at near term and at cumulative, way out at 2045. So we looked at, with the traffic from the project, traffic from all other areas in the city that are going to develop, that we assume are going to develop at build out, we look at that delay and what that is, and then we look at the fixes that they do, that they're going to implement at that intersection, and they actually shrink down that delay. We can't get rid of it entirely, so we take, say, an added 10-second delay at an intersection without mitigation, and the mitigation would take it down to 4 seconds extra. So we're not talking gridlock. What we're talking is a small incremental delay at that intersection. Now, we've been planning for that. That was the first part of my talk about the circulation element. We're planning for that and looking at how that corridor operates and each of those signals operate. So as Mr. Frace mentioned earlier, they have to do as much as they can, but that residual impact is what we're calling significant and avoidable. It sounds really scary, but in reality, what it works out to be is seconds, not minutes, to people's commute time through intersections.
Okay, so a little follow-up here. A small incremental delay, but does that occur, we're talking about if this goes forward, maybe 2045 when it's completely built out. Is that when we will realize that small incremental delay, or is it somewhere prior to that?
So that'll be at build out. This project will add to it. As other projects come in, we'll continue to upgrade our system. And as we go to adaptive signal timing, so tying the whole corridor together, having signals that react on demand to traffic flow, a smart city type environment, we'll be able to reduce that, we'll be able to further reduce those delays. But in terms of this project and how it's impacting these different intersections, the incremental impact, we can't reduce it down to zero, to what it is today. There's just a small increase.
We've got several other traffic-related questions, but John, do you have something related to that?
Yeah, that was kind of what I asked our city manager earlier about was, what other improvements can we ask of the applicant to help with the traffic situation? In other words, that's what I think most of the public are going to feel is the increase. What your testimony is, though, David, is that you're talking maybe 5 seconds more in travel time to go from where we are now to then after everything is built out. Is that essentially what I'm hearing?
Not in terms of travel time. Your travel time between signals is still going to be about the same. What we're talking about is the delay at the intersection.
The metering of cars at the intersections, basically.
Correct. You're going to add the time you spend at that intersection will be on average 4 seconds longer.
And I know that the applicant is improving intersections down by the Niblick and South River, the queue, in other words, to go southbound on South River. That's being extended, and some other improvements that they're required to do.
Correct.
So, yeah, the other thing that was interesting to me, too, is that did we really study Charlotte? Because, again, after this is built out, I see a lot of these folks coming south to Meadowlark and then around, which is the way I usually go, stay away from Niblick and down Crescent. So what kind of impacts do you think we're going to see down there at that intersection, South River and Chandler?
So the Beechwood project actually, that traffic report kicked off first and adds 3 times the traffic that Olson South Chandler had. We actually did look at the intersection of Charlotte and South River Road. We didn't think it rose to a level of impact that we needed to study it further because we had the Beechwood project who's already in first. They're going to be conditioned to actually install the roundabout at Charlotte and South River Road. We did assign trips to that intersection and Charlotte Road, which I believe, top of my head, is about 70 trips from Olson South Chandler project during the peak hour. The Beechwood project has, I believe, about 300 trips. So that's why the need, when the Beechwood project comes in, they're going to be conditioned to install the roundabout at Charlotte and South River Road. So when you look at your whole traffic study and you're doing your analysis, you don't necessarily study every intersection. We have a lot of intersections like along Charlotte Road. We have intersections along Niblick Road that we didn't look at because the level of impact at those intersections didn't rise to a level we thought needed to be studied. The ones we did study are the ones you see on the screen here. The orange dots and the green dots, those are the ones where we saw significant impacts that needed to be studied and mitigations looked at.
Yeah, I want to compliment the applicant for agreeing to do the mitigation south of their project that really doesn't impact them as much in case the other Beechwood doesn't come along as fast as we expect or would hope. But they've agreed to take care of that, and that's important to note, I think, too. So, thank you.
Let's get the rest of these questions.
A question on this, though? Okay. Is the applicant paying any AB 1600 fees, which are the development impact fees that will go into any of these projects?
So the applicant will be required to do 2 things. They actually make physical improvements, and they'll be able to request a TIF credit, traffic impact fee credit for those improvements because they're on our AB 1600 list, and they're also going to be required to pay traffic impact fees for some intersections where it's better to actually get the fee in the city, do the project later when we have other projects come in, like say Beechwood and North Chandler Ranch, so they'll have both in this case.
And in AP 1600, there's a division of the fees. What percentage of it is being caused by new development and what percentage has to be paid by the existing residents?
That's correct.
So as we look at these, what percentage do we have to pay?
So the existing city's share, depending on which we're getting kind of off in the weeds, but depending on which impact zone you're in, is about 70%. So that 70% of the traffic in the city is existing traffic causing impacts. About 30% was assigned to development, And so that's what they pay in their traffic impact fee, is that 30% to the city.
And that then only gets paid at the time that the project is actually built.
That's correct. They'll pay that at the final of each unit.
And we can use grant money for part of our share.
That's correct.
Thank
And we're talking about traffic that will exist at build-out in 2045.
Yeah.
We're not
So
talking about today's traffic.
let's get the rest of the public questions answered before we get into it ourselves. There's a question about the impact, if any, of existing problems on planning for traffic here. It was brought up, it's no secret that we have difficulty keeping our existing roads maintained. There was the comment that we deal with the impact not just of 32,000 residents, but with also the visitors that come to the community. Is any of that relevant to this or figured into these plans?
I can address that, Mr. Mayor. Yes, that is factored in. And in fact, the houses in this development will be paying more for road maintenance than existing development, because as you remember, the houses in this development have to be fiscally neutral. So they're covering all the costs of the streets in their neighborhood. Houses in the rest of the community aren't fiscally neutral. We lose essentially money on every house in the rest of the community. So by definition, some of the basic tax rate that's contributed by the houses in this project will be being used to pay for street maintenance in other parts of the city.
Thank you. There was a concern raised about notification of residents. Maybe you could go through the litany again of outreach we did to the public on this.
Yes, so for this project, we tried to have the most robust, broadest noticing possible. So we did publish large posters that were posted throughout the site. Those were put up at the beginning of the EIR process. They were updated for both the Planning Commission hearing and the City Council hearing. In addition to those site notices, we sent by U.S. mail to all owners and occupants within 1,000 feet of the property boundaries notifications of all the meetings. The requirement in our code is actually 300 feet, so it's basically we went 3 times the boundary. And then we also did the noticing in the newspaper. The legal notices ran in the Tribune for all the different hearings, including all the street abandonment elements as well. And then finally, we do have a fairly robust social media campaign. So we use social media, both Nextdoor, Facebook, to also notify people of all these meetings.
Very good, thank you. There was a question about the issue of the potential for valley fever and how there are mitigations to reduce that to less than significant. How do you quantify less than significant in a situation like this?
So I think we'll bring up Chris Burzbach again.
Very good. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council. So valley fever is absolutely an issue that we're concerned about, and we evaluated in the environmental document, as I discussed earlier. It is not something that we would be comfortable saying, I think under any circumstances where you're putting a shovel in the ground in an area where the fungus is known to occur, that we would say there isn't an impact. So the ultimate conclusion that we reach is that, excuse me, that the impact is mitigated to a less than significant level through application of essentially what is a shotgun approach of applying all feasible mitigation to minimize, dust travel off of the site during construction, dust exposure to construction workers. I know that many of the people concerned here are thinking about the potential impacts to them as neighbors, and that's appropriate. We try to minimize that to the maximum extent feasible through measures that are recommended by the Air Pollution Control District and have been found effective on other large projects in the area. And in that I'm thinking of, for example, solar projects in our county, in Kern County, other areas that we know are affected. And also to exposure to construction workers on the project site. So there are substantial requirements in addition to existing, state and federal regulations that apply to those workers that minimize exposure to those populations as well. In specific response to your question, there isn't really a standard quantitative approach for analyzing valley fever, but it has been found to be effective to apply this kind of maximal approach, everything that we can feasibly do to minimize dust exposure to minimize the impact.
Okay, so basically this is a strategy to minimize dust exposure.
That's correct.
And because you're minimizing dust, you assume you're minimizing valley fever.
That's correct.
Okay. There was a question, I think, Mr. Frucci, I think you've had conversations with the school district about the potential for school sites in the area and what the impact of this project might have on the student population and the school's abilities to accommodate them?
Yes, sir. Mr. Frace and I have had several discussions with the school district. In fact, Mr. Frace made a presentation to the school board. We've used both calculations that are standard in our general plan and in other documents for determining the number of students that will be generated per average household in the project. And the school district just recently completed a study of its own using what it considers to be the latest statistics. And Mr. Fuentes' parcel, that triangular parcel in the middle, actually an alternative in the EIR was to analyze what would be the impacts if the school district said it did need that site for a school. At this point, the school district does not believe it needs that site. The district can, at some point, presumably change its mind. If it waits much longer, changing its mind won't have any effect. And that's why we made the presentation to the school board over a year ago. But the school board's analysis, school district's analysis essentially said they have the existing capacity in their existing elementary schools, middle school, and high school that they do not need this site. And that's the basis under which we are proceeding.
So we have been in communication with them about the potential impact of the school on the school population.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm sorry?
Generation numbers.
Do we have any
The
specific?
VIR uses standard criteria to estimate student population from this housing. I don't know whether anybody knows what those factors are.
It's approximately 0.5 per unit, which with 1,200 units, we're looking at about 600 students was what was analyzed in the EIR. As Mr. Frucci said, the school district's reconsidering their numbers, and they believe they're actually almost half that lower. But either way, the school districts concluded they don't need a school site within the project.
Okay, so the school district at this point in time says they have adequate inventory of facilities to handle that number of students additionally.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, there was also a question about the impact of school traffic on the traffic situation. We know that both on Creston and on Niblick, we have school traffic that's impacting circulation. What efforts are being made to minimize that? And Mr. Athey is back.
Mr. Mayor, David Athey, city engineer. So right now, we're in the midst of developing the the Niblick Road Corridor project. And part of that project is looking at circulation around the high school. Right now, it's not controlled. So if anybody has driven through that area, it kind of, it's kind of do what you can to get in and get your student, get out. One of the things we're looking at is coming up with a draft plan for circulation for the high school and working with the high school on that draft plan so that those 2 critical hours a day, especially in the morning when everybody's going to work and everybody's trying to get Johnny and Jane to school, that there's some kind of organized traffic flow within and without from the high school and to wherever destination they're going. So we can minimize that traffic. And actually Bearcat Lane has a signalized intersection, so that's envisioned to be tied in with all the other signals along the corridor. So when those, when an adaptive signal timing, it can react in real time to that increased traffic load. So the ideas in the future would be how to handle that would be upgrade that intersection.
Yeah. So real world, working with the school district to improve traffic flow, particularly in front of the high school. And actually, I think within the high school parking area, because there's quite a spaghetti organization of getting cars and buses in and out of there. Can we realistically expect that that's going to have a significant reduction in traffic congestion there, or just something that's kind of nice?
I think it'll have a reduction. I can't say if it's, I wouldn't be able to say if it's not, it'd be nice or significant. I think it'll be in between there. From a traffic engineering standpoint, anything we can do to make traffic work better is going to be a benefit.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Hammond has asked now several times what could be done in the Niblick corridor to, based on the corridor study, to improve the traffic flow. That's a perfect example of one. The council could condition the developer to work with the school district to make the improvements to the driveways and other areas immediately adjacent to the road to get the drop-off traffic and the pickup traffic off Niblick Road. That's a relatively easy one, relatively inexpensive one. That's certainly one that you could request of the developer.
Very good. That was the end of my list of questions. Did I miss anything, Mr. Gregory?
Yeah, somebody mentioned affordable housing.
Oh, yes.
And I wanted to see if Warren could help educate the public about ADUs and
Yeah, so I think we definitely agree that we need housing for all segments of the economy, and service workers are included in that. When we're building a project like this, trying to accommodate, service workers is a challenge. So the solution that we've come up with is a requirement through the development agreement that the project build the accessory dwelling unit. So the Mark walked you through and showed you how the plans have the alternate for that ADU. So once that ADU is built in a unit, that legally can be rented separate from the house. So if the property owner who's going to spend $700,000 on a house, obviously that's not workforce housing at that point. But if a certain portion, say 10, 15% of them have the ADUs, and those are available for rent, and those are, because their studios are renting for less than $1,000, those become ideal for a service worker to live, in a brand new neighborhood and yet take advantage of a lower rate. So that's why we've included that in there. We think that's a really good strategy for kind of mixing demographics and housing opportunities in the exact same area. So that's the approach that's incorporated into this project.
Thank you.
And Warren, the state recognizes ADUs as affordable units. Correct.
Yes, they definitely do. The state is encouraging them. We do believe through our housing element certification that that all ADUs will qualify under RENA as low-income units.
And then one other subject, and Tom, I understand the developer may be interested in working with the city on 60 units of low-income units that we could work with the entity on to provide low-income units.
Plan Area 1.
So that's Area 1A, I believe, and that's the area where it has been planned for the 60 apartment units, and that's the area that we've negotiated with the developer, a ability of the city to acquire that land at reduced cost and work potentially with People's Self-Help or the Housing Authority or REDS or whoever might be the appropriate team to build deed-restricted, affordable housing that could be managed by the Housing Authority, for example, and we believe with density bonuses, we could increase that number to 75 and perhaps as high as 100.
So that brings that total up. Thank you.
John.
Tom, on that particular subject, then what value are we putting on that for the developer to offer that to the city? In other words, we're buying the property, but what kind of discount rate? In other words, I'm trying to figure out really what developer is giving to the city for that.
What they've told us at the table, and I'm sure Jim can elaborate, is they're giving us the land for free. What we're buying is this project's share of the infrastructure they're putting in.
That's correct. If the city elects not to acquire the property, then we will commit to build it and deed restrict it for 55 years. But if the city does elect to take the property, we will give it to them. The only cost is intended to be a cost for the ultimate builder of those units, so nothing would be owed until actually a building permit is pulled for that project. So nothing is being asked of the city.
I see. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, so let's deliberate. Mr. Gregory.
I'll start. So I think that we should take a look at, could you put your list up on the board, Warren, of what
Mr.
we're
Mayor,
doing?
did you close the public hearing?
I'm sorry?
Did you close the public hearing?
I thought I did. If not, the public hearing is closed.
Thank you.
So I have a few questions and extensive conversation on the development agreements, but on the environmental impact report, the general plan amendment and those items, I'm prepared to move ahead. I just had a couple questions and that was it. So I don't know how the rest of the council feels about that. But.
Other comments?
No.
Okay, so
You have key questions on that?
Just on the general plan amendment for the 117-unit project, which resolution is that? That was just a change in zoning?
Yeah, so Resolution B is all of the general plan amendments.
Oh, it is, and that's included in that?
Yes.
Okay. And that was just a rezone?
So item 3 ordinance A is the rezoning
Okay.
that then matches the changes that are made in the general plan resolution.
Okay. And for us to proceed it, I guess this is a legal question by our city attorney. Can I just read off this list and move down the list and make a motion to approve?
Yes.
Oh, you're ready to make motions?
Not yet, but I'm going to ask.
Anybody
a
else
question.
want to comment?
Yeah,
before we
I
get to that?
do.
John, go
I
ahead.
wasn't quite ready for.
No, it's fine.
All of these on one motion.
I did want to revisit this,
But they don't have to.
this issue, and I think try to get the public a little more comfortable, and ask the developer about this, particularly maybe can address it. And that has to do, again, with the Niblick and Creston corridors that we, basically, the city doesn't have the funds right now to do it, okay? That's bottom line. And yes, the people who have been here built it and have made it such as you see it now. However, I want to make sure that developers is willing to help where they would, in other words, what I'm thinking of here is that you got Chandler, Olson, and Beechwood. These folks would not be responsible for everything I'm going to be suggesting. However, there is a portion of that that they may be willing to help with. And that is, again, the fact that, you know, as we're designing Niblick and we're designing Creston to make it flow better for traffic, again, that they would be willing to help sustain or help their share of that. And I'm not sure what the value is of it. I just would like to see a nod that they would be willing to help the public with this effort to make the street and traffic better with the impact of their development. So maybe they could answer that.
Sir?
Yes, I'd be happy to. The answer is yes, we have in fact been very willing to help. And this is something your staff has taken a very smart approach to, understanding that Niblick Road is an existing challenge. And so we've spent, I don't know, Tom, 8 or 9 months, I think, at least, talking about this exact issue. And so the question you are asking tonight has been asked of us for 8 or 9 months. And I can just hit on a couple of things we've agreed to do to address that. So there are certain things we're doing that are mitigating our project's additional traffic. But for the most part, we're adding 4% of the traffic to some of these Niblick intersections, particularly towards downtown. 4% or less. And we're contributing $400,000 to improve those intersections. So that's vastly disproportionate to the impact we're having there, going well above and beyond what we're causing, trying to help with an existing challenge. Same is true throughout Niblick. The Niblick and Creston intersection, which we have about 24% of the traffic at that intersection. We're doing all of the improvements, $1.4 million, including the 70% that's the city share of that traffic that already exists. So in most of these instances, it doesn't really come out in EIR because it's very technical and how it defines an impact and whether it's mitigated. In reality, we're making major improvements to these intersections along Niblick at our cost that go well above and beyond what our share of the impacts are. So I think the answer to your question is yes, and we've been talking about it for 8 or 9 months, and through much hard work from your team and ours, we've settled on what we think is meaningful improvements that will help the existing conditions that won't kill the project.
Okay, well, and that's what I want to make sure too. We can't load this project up so it won't fly. However, again, we're talking right now specifically, not so much of those intersections, but rather the Niblick corridor and Creston Road that we have, been working on for years as well. But we can't do it at this point because of cost. So what I'm trying to get at is, beyond the intersections that you just mentioned, are you guys willing to help with that, your significant impact of that share of that work?
What I can tell you about that is that's been discussed, and we had made an offer to contribute several $100,000 to that cost, but ultimately that got traded for the donation of the affordable housing site. That's how that got traded. Again, there's a limit to what the project can bear, and we're at that limit. I mean, this is why this has taken so long. This is why we've spent long hours, even up to last week, trying to find solutions, because there are existing challenges with the infrastructure, and there are enormous costs and enormous upfront costs for this project.
Well, and I agree. And again, I'm seeing this project at build-out would probably be, close to $800 million worth of improvement in the city. And in that proportion, what you're doing with the city, I'm just wondering if there's any room for help, and that's what my question is.
Yeah,
So
I've
if not,
tried to
then
answer it
fine.
as honestly as I can. I mean, to really put, not to find a point on it, the biggest challenge is most of these costs come right up front. And so it's very hard to make the project pencil.
Okay, Councilwoman Garcia.
Yes, I just have a question on the environmental impact for the valley fever question. I understand that, and I've heard several times what the process is going to be, but I'm still worried, and so I just have a few questions. When you talk about the steps that are going to be taken, are you talking, there's going to be actual supervision on site for, like, if it's a really windy day, and I know that you've already talked about extra water being put and things like that, but I work in the health profession and I see it a lot, people coming in with valley fever, and so I'm very worried, and I just want to make sure that that is going to be in there and that there's going to be supervision being taken.
Absolutely, yes. The mitigation specifically includes on-site monitoring and additional controls during periods of high wind and high heat, because those are, as you understand, the high-risk areas, or weather conditions, my apologies. And in addition, there's also associated with that monitoring, there's a reporting component to the city. So the city has the ability to verify that that monitoring is occurring, and, you know, if need be, you know, limit or slow construction work during those periods in order to ensure that we're staying below, you know, and let me actually, I'm sorry, circle back just a moment to kind of what I was talking about earlier about thresholds. This is a place where there is actually an opportunity for thresholds, is in that monitoring component associated with the dust monitoring. If, you know, dust levels exceed a certain level, there's the ability to stop work during those periods in order to minimize the risk.
And I know you also talked about educating the people that are going to be working on the site. Are they going to be given information if they feel sick, that they can go and get tested? I mean, you know, I just want to make sure that those kind of steps will also be taken.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct, and that is part of, you know, not only the additional mitigation, but the state health and safety requirements associated with those workers, both that they be aware of the things that they can do to minimize the overall risks to construction workers as a whole and also to the neighboring population, but the measures that they need to take as individuals to ensure that they're as protected as possible while they're working on the project site.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Straw?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As everyone here knows, my interests are mostly transportation and housing, and on the state and federal level, as well as all the issues locally. This particular project deals heavily in those areas. Yesterday, I was able to meet with Secretary of Transportation David Kim of the state of California for breakfast just before the governor's State of the State address. And after that, I met with Jim Davis, who is the Chief Deputy Director of Caltrans, along with Tim Gubbins, who is our District 5 Director in Sacramento, with all of them. And one of the things that we discussed, and later also with Mitch Weiss over lunch, who is the new Executive Director of the California Transportation Commission, that their number one priority is safety. Their number two priority is multimodal, both of which are addressed well in this plan, and the homeless situation and the housing shortage. And they're linking the transportation and housing very much together. But I got a very strong commitment from both Chief Deputy Director Davis and Tim Gubbins to work closely with our city, within our city limits, to improve our situation on the highways to move traffic better and safer. And they will be working with us closely in the near future in one-on-one conversations with our traffic people, our public works people, our administration. So I think that is going to help mitigate some of the things that aren't totally mitigated within this EIR. I'm proceeding to meet with some of the other people in transportation in 2 more weeks. But I'll be meeting with Tim Gubbins locally also in the next 2 weeks. So we've got a lot of things going that aren't shown up here. I also met with the governor's office, by the way. That didn't have that much to do with this, so. Everybody is on the same page trying to get these things accomplished. And we all recognize money is one of the big problems. So we have to somehow work together and each of us pick up our share. If everybody picks up their share, we can make this work. As long as we have developers who are willing to do their share, as long as it's a fair share, and then we proceed to work with the state, federal, and our region on these matters, we're going to get this solved. The big thing to remember on this is we're looking at a 10 to 30-year project here. So we're not going to have all these units immediately. We're not going to have the traffic impacts immediately. Those traffic impacts aren't even going to appear probably for at least a year to any degree at all. This gives us the time to start to do the things necessary, so as that occurs, it's going to happen. It was mentioned earlier about all these recent annexations we did. Do people not realize, or have they forgotten, that we annexed the Chandler Ranch in approximately 1965? That's well over 50 years ago.
Seems like.
And it's still not even 50% developed. So as this comes forward, we've got to realize this isn't going to happen overnight. And we've got more of the Chandler Ranch that's probably being planned now to come in shortly after this that can complete that road. We're looking at the connection that we're already working on to connect over 46 all the way to Airport Road. That is going to give us an additional traffic outlet for many of these people. And the one thing we know about traffic, and our traffic engineer can attest to this, that whenever we make a tweak to the transportation system, it has an effect because people who are driving the system are going to find the fastest way to get to where they want to go. And they will adjust their route to do so. So that's why it's important that as we do these things, we do them in a meaningful and logical manner so that the traffic impacts are not unbearable. Because nobody wants to live with that. We live in these districts too, and we don't want to live with it. So we're going to do everything we can so that we don't have to get stuck in traffic just like anyone else. We've got a lot of good things happening right now, not all of which I can talk about, but we're going to be doing some great stuff in the near future that's going to address a lot of these things, and I think people are going to be pretty happy with it. This addresses so many of the needs that we need. In our RENA numbers, in the last period, which is from 2008 to 2009 to 2019, this city was the only city that met its moderate income requirement. And we hit it by 147%, not 100%. We were over 100% in every single category but one. High income properties. Expensive homes was the only place we didn't meet 100%. So this goes a long way towards starting us down the path that we have to be in the next 10 years. And I think there are minor tweaks we might still want to do to this, but overall, we've been planning for decades to get something like this started and done. And I know that Neil Olson would be so pleased if he saw this plan for his ranch tonight. And I'm sorry he's not here to do so. But this is good stuff.
Very good. So I want to, in referring to this entire process, I want to start off by saying that from the very first charrette that I attended, which, if any of you were there, was kind of an apprehensive ceremony to begin with, there's been a maximum effort to get public input into this, to really get people down at the map level and say, what do you like, what don't you like, what can we change to make this work? I don't think I've ever experienced working with a group that has been so aggressive in its outreach and responsive in its work. I think our staff has done great work working with these folks. I think they've really worked to further the city's interest to the greatest extent possible. And I think the information we've received has been really excellent. From the beginning, when this first surfaced in public, I told people I expected the sticking point, the litmus test, if you will, to be traffic. Everybody is concerned about the traffic. Yes, we're concerned about dust, and we're concerned about schools, and we're concerned, but when it comes right down to it, my email is filled with traffic. What's going to happen about the traffic? It encourages me tonight to hear how much of the traffic is proposed to be mitigated, but honestly, there is going to be an impact. If our reports that are accurate, that means we're all going to wait another 5 to 10 seconds per intersection within 45 years. That is an impact. And that is not taking into consideration any other traffic improvements that might be undertaken in the city that would help alleviate that. So I think you kind of have to put that in perspective. That being said, I still think in order to be true to the statements that I've made to our citizens, we need to go the extra mile to make sure that we do every single thing we can to mitigate that traffic. And so whatever motions come out of the council tonight, I would recommend that they're contingent at least on a couple of things. First of all, I think that we should make our motions contingent upon getting these folks involved with the school district so that we, to the greatest extent possible, smooth out the traffic jams on a Niblick Road. I think that would be a huge achievement. And secondly, I think the conversation needs to continue about how they can assist us with improving that Niblick corridor and perhaps even the Creston corridor. And I think those our resolutions should be contingent upon that. I know we have other comments, and I'm going to get to them. I do want, before we start making motions, though, we have a long list of resolutions here. Are we going to have to make each motion separately?
Yes.
Okay, so we have 16 resolutions and a minute order. Do we require a motion for the minute order?
17, actually.
Well, the 17th is the minute order.
Yeah, minute order,
Yes,
right.
we have them listed in the order in which we have them listed in the order to.
Correct. But we can't just say, pass them all, we got to go through each and every one. Okay, just wanted to make sure everybody knew that. Mr. Gregory.
Okay, 2 questions, both about traffic. What was the recommendation from the Planning Commission about traffic? From Roberta? About bus stops?
So
Public transit?
there was a recommendation from the Planning Commission regarding transit that is in your staff report. I'll refer you to page 216. There was a question of where the proposed transit bus stops are. So that exhibit shows 4 locations along the Niblick corridor for bus stops. The exact configuration we'll have to work out with the local transit authority to make sure it meets their standards, but that is one of the mitigation measures, is to coordinate on it. This map shows where those points of coordination would be.
Okay, that answers that question. And then my question for Tom and our city attorney is, do we work with the potential continuance of traffic collaboration in the development agreement and not in the EIR process?
The development agreement would probably be the best place for it.
So that's the most flexible place to have.
Right.
Okay. Okay.
You ready?
I'm ready.
No,
John, go ahead.
I was going to make just a final comment since we're getting into this recommendations for resolutions. Again, I was basically, liking to see this minute order because, again, it leaves a door cracked where we can actually continue the discussion about things that we might need a little help with. But on the other hand, I'm super impressed after speaking with Mike Nagler today, and it's impressive to me to have a group like this come into town and want to invest in our city and essentially making an issue that we have seen for a long time, meaning that we do not have enough housing inventory, and the housing that we do have is more expensive than our kids can afford. This is going to be the first step, in my opinion, to kind of get us out of that hole, and it's a critical thing to have a partner that wants to work with us that way. Again, the effort to have local preference program, that's huge. I shared with Mike about the fact, and when we had the recession here, we had an employer, developer, builder come from the valley that used no local help, absolutely none. And we gave away the farm, in my opinion, to get a few houses built, which, again, it was kind of a sore spot. And these folks are using, in their language, professionals that are here local, that will employ. I mean, once this gets started, it'll be an economic generator for the city as well. beyond that, I think Neil Olson's still sitting here. I mean, with all the hours that Neil went through to get this done, and I really do believe, I think the Olson family's here representing Neil, and we finally got it happen. So appreciate it. Thanks for coming.
Anyone else?
So
Mr. Gregory.
I have one more road question. So Councilman Hammond, on the inside roads of the Olson project, there's 10-foot widths on the lanes.
Yeah.
So did you want to address that, or is that something else?
I'm happy with what David told me about. Again, moving a stripe on a bicycle lane back to 5 feet and giving us a little more traffic lane movement. Our right-of-way is what it is, and I think what we do with that, it can be done in the future. It doesn't have to be nailed here right now.
Okay.
But I am happy that we have the space to work with, so I'm good with that section.
I think he wants to make a motion for me, but he can't.
Mr. Nagar.
I just wanted, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I just wanted to make a reference of some of the things that you were bringing up. Our development group has no problem putting into the development agreement that we will have future collaboration with the school district. And we also have no problem if in the development agreement it references that we will have future collaboration on solutions for Niblick Road. And we just wanted you to know that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
All right, we're ready? I'd like to make a motion that we approve Resolution A, Environmental Impact Report Certification.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilman Hammond. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Hammond?
Aye.
Strong?
Aye.
Garcia?
Aye.
Mayor Martin?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
I would ask that we use the wording that's in the recommendations. So for instance, it's very important that the council make it very explicit you're adopting the statement of overriding considerations. And I didn't hear that in the motion. I just want to make sure.
Very good.
Okay.
So I'm assuming you're going to include that in your motion, Mr. Gregory.
Yes.
And the second accepts that?
Second, yes.
So that's made part of the motion, Mr. Frucci.
We all accept it.
You want to revote?
Do you want to revote?
City Attorney?
No, we're good. Okay.
Do we want that on every item,
Is that necessary on every
or
resolution?
just the environmental impact report?
All the rest are pretty straightforward, just very few words. That's the one that's
Just the
complex.
first one, right.
I move we approve Resolution B, approval of the general plan amendment.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilman Strong. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Strong?
Aye.
Hammond?
Aye.
Garcia?
Aye.
Mayor Martin?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0.
I move we introduce for the first reading ordinance A of approval of the zoning code amendment.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilman Strong. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Strong?
Aye.
Hammond?
Aye.
Garcia?
Aye.
Mayor Martin?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0.
I move we approve Resolution C for the adoption of the specific plan.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilman Hammond. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Hammond?
Aye.
Strong?
Aye.
Garcia?
Aye.
Mayor Martin?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0.
I move we approve Resolution D, approval of PA-9 development plan.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilman Strong. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Strong?
Aye.
Hammond?
Aye.
Garcia?
Aye.
Mayor Martin?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0.
I move we approve Resolution E for the approval of street abandonments.
Aye.
Motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilman Hammond. Roll call vote.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Strong?
Aye.
Hammond?
Aye.
Garcia?
Aye.
And Mayor Martin?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0.
I move we approve the Resolution F for the approval of oak tree removal permit.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilwoman Garcia. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Garcia?
Aye.
Hammond?
Aye.
Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Martin?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0.
I move we approve Resolution G for the approval of the Olson large lot map.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilman Strong. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Strong?
Aye.
Hammond?
Aye.
Garcia?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0.
I move we approve Resolution 8 for the approval of the Chandler large lot map.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilman Hammond. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Hammond.
Aye.
Strong.
Aye.
Garcia.
Aye.
Mayor Martin.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0.
I move we approve Resolution I for the approval of the Olson Small Lot Map.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilwoman Garcia. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Gregory.
Aye.
Garcia.
Aye.
Hammond.
Aye.
Strong.
Aye.
Mayor Martin.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0.
I move we approve Resolution J for the approval of the Chandler Small Lot Map and errata.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilwoman Garcia. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Gregory.
Aye.
Garcia.
Aye.
Hammond.
Aye.
Strong.
Aye.
Mayor Martin.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0.
I move we approve Resolution K for the approval of PA-9 Small Lot Map plus the errata.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilman Hammond. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Gregory.
Aye.
Hammond.
Aye. I'm sorry. Aye.
Strong.
Wake up.
Aye.
Woke me up.
Garcia.
Aye.
Mayor Martin.
Aye. I think the motion passes 5-0.
Okay. So I'm going to go out of order because I want to come back to 14. I move that we introduce the first reading of Ordinance C for the Fuentes Family Development Agreement plus addendum.
Which one's that?
Second.
Item
For the
15.
Fuentes family? 15?
15. Aye.
Ordinance
Second.
C.
Ordinance C.
Okay.
Was there a second?
Second.
Motion by Councilman Gregory, seconded by Councilman Hammond. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Gregory.
Aye.
Hammond.
Aye.
Strong.
Aye.
Garcia.
Aye.
Mayor Martin.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0.
And prior to my next motion, I just had a question. What is the zoning for PA 10? How, what density? That's the, our town?
No, it's our time.
I think it was single-family residential, but I'm not sure.
So there's two different designations for Area 10. The area where the existing single-family lots are is designated 9 units to the acre. I think there's 121 units allocated there. And then there's 10B, which is single-family, I believe, 6 units to the acre. And I believe there's about 10 or 12 units allocated there.
Okay. I move we introduce for the first reading Ordinance D for our town development agreement plus addendum.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilman Strong. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Gregory.
Aye.
Was it Strong?
Yeah. Aye.
Strong. Hammond.
Aye.
Garcia.
Aye.
Mayor Martin.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0.
So I don't know if it'd be correct to do the minute order first or talk about the ordinance for the development agreement with Olson Ranch.
I would recommend that you make the motion on ordinance B, including our contingency that conversations continue regarding cooperation with the school district and assistance with Niblick and Creston corridors, and then when we do the minute order, we'll give them the flexibility to act on it.
So
What number are we on?
we're on 14.
We don't know yet.
We don't know yet. Well, item 14, so I have a little bit of a concern on the percentage of the community financial district. So I don't know if it's better for us to have staff sit down and negotiate a couple items and ask for some items to be discussed, or do you want to do it now?
I would appreciate if you would share what your concerns are now. Maybe they can be addressed tonight.
Yeah, I'm not trying to put pressure on the developer, but I was willing to approve the 1.8% and not the 1.9.
Councilmember, the 1.9 is absolutely necessary to the viability of the project. There's a lot of reasons why this project didn't go forward in the early part of the century, in the early 2000s. A lot of it has to do with land prices, a lot of it has to do with infrastructure costs, a lot of it has to do with mitigation land as it relates to the riparian area that offsite mitigation has to buy. There's really over about $100 million worth of infrastructure that has to go in just to get this off the ground. The only way to make it viable is through the CFD, and it's very common. All of our financial performers are based on that. The good news about that is that once it's set, it cannot go up. And that is the certainty that the city wanted when we negotiated that. And that was, the rate was very important to us. Keeping in mind that after this process, it's incumbent on us to be able to go to a merchant builder and convince that merchant builder that the Paso home market is a viable market. Right now, with all due respect, and this is meant not in the pejorative at all, it is a real untested market. So the first thing they're going to look at is the viability of them coming in and building homes. 1.9 is becoming very, very common, and we're afraid that if it, from all the reasons I told you and this reason, that if it's less than that, interest will wane in getting this off the ground. It is essential to the performa. But the good news is it won't go up, and it will sunset, as was discussed earlier, and that was majorly important to staff. So I hope that answered the question. It's not us being obstinate. It's really, when we sat down, this was the criteria 2.5 years ago when we sat down with staff that says, this is what we need to do to make us able to move forward.
So if you can do it for 1.8, that would work as long as we allow you to go to 1.9?
No, we need it at 1.9. Everything is based on 1.9.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Strong.
Yes.
I'm going to ask another thing.
Sure.
Would you be willing to include restrooms in Turtle Creek Park as part of this?
Mr. Brose, I think we can do that. Yeah, so yes, the answer is yes. I did mention, I forgot, I think it was City Manager Mr. Frucci brought that up. My only consideration, and it really isn't a consideration, is I'm not certain where the restrooms will go and whether or not they'll be next to a sewer source, so maybe you'll have to use leach fields, but other than that, we can do it.
And I'm sure we can work with, we can work with you on that.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
If you're willing to do that, or else I'll make the motion, Steve.
I'll go ahead and make the motion.
Go ahead.
So I'll introduce for the first reading ordinance B for Olson Ranch 212 Development Agreement plus addendum at the 1.9% rate, and with the language of working with us on helping us with the development of the road fees. Or, go ahead.
The addendum.
And the school cooperation.
School, yeah.
Further collaboration with the school district and further collaboration on Niblick Road.
Right, so further collaboration with the school district and on with the roads.
And the restrooms.
And restrooms.
And Mr. Mayor, I think you also said Creston Road in addition to
I
Niblick.
did, yes.
So
Okay.
you want me to include all the roads? Niblick,
Creston and Niblick.
Crescent and Niblick, and then the restrooms. Okay, that's
Okay.
it, that's my
So
motion.
we've got a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I've got a motion from Councilman Gregory, second from Councilman Strong. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Strong?
Aye.
Hammond?
Aye.
Garcia?
Aye.
Mayor Martin?
Aye, measure passes 5-0.
Mr. Mayor, I'm
Yes, sir.
sorry, did that motion include the addendum changes?
Yes,
Yes,
it
I
did.
said
Okay.
addendum.
And then, Mr. City Clerk, would you check to see if
we-
recommendation number 14, which is,
No.
or excuse me, 13, which is Resolution L?
We haven't voted on it.
We haven't done that yet.
Okay.
Yeah, he skipped down. We're going to go back to, Fred?
13?
Yeah, you
we
skipped,
just skipped
13.
Okay.
I'll make a motion that we approve Resolution L, approval of street names and street naming.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Strong, second by Councilman Gregory. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Gregory?
Aye.
Hammond?
Aye.
Garcia?
Aye.
Mayor Martin?
Aye, motion passes 5-0.
So I'll make a motion, we approve by minute order, authorize the city manager and city attorney to make minor changes to the actions 1 through 16 in the with the addendum.
Second.
So would I suggest this following wording, if you don't mind?
Sure.
Authorize the city manager and city attorney to make any necessary minor, non-substantive changes to the exhibits, to the approved resolutions and ordinances remaining fully consistent with overall council direction.
Well said, and that's how I make my motion.
Agreed.
Second, too. Yeah.
Motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilman Strong. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Gregory,
Aye.
Strong,
Aye.
Hammond,
Aye.
Garcia,
Aye.
Mayor Martin.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. I think we've reached the end of the list. Am I correct?
You have.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you, and thank
Thank
you all
you.
for being here and for all your work. We appreciate it. We have already decided that we're going to forego items 7 through 11. We will go to council business and committee reports. Give folks a chance to
Staying from the last
shuttle out of the room if they'd like.
Okay.
Thank you.
I didn't really want to go.
You were right, I was right. You were right, I was wrong.
They,
Only had happened once in 9 months.
Not yet. We got a little bit more to go. It will just be a few more minutes. Mine too.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Okay, just a little bit more business to go and we'll be finished up tonight. We're at council business and committee reports. Mr. Strong.
Well, I already reported on part of it. I met also with Egon Turplan and also with Frank Ramirez of the governor's office yesterday. And that's primarily on the California Transportation Plan and Mobility Plan, freight mobility. But they're very interested in working with us for our city and our region. And we also met with Brian Annis, who is the Chief Financial Officer of the High Speed Rail. And he gave us a little bit of a rundown on where they're at. And they're trying to work cooperatively with the existing rail, which hopefully will work very well. The day before yesterday, I sat in my capacity for the region on the LOSAN, which is the Pacific Surfliner Board of Directors, and made the motion to accept from the state of California $124.6 million so that we can have, in addition to some additional track improvements, 2 more trips to our county by the end of this year. So we're getting some improvement in our rail for our county. Now, this time it's only going to go as far as San Luis Obispo, but we're also working on some additional money through the state and federal government to extend those lines all the way to San Jose. But that's going to take a little heavier lift. I met last week with, I hosted 3 of the top officials from the Federal Highway Administration, and also met with the new administrator, Nicole Nason. And I have an appointment to meet with her again in about 2 weeks back in Washington. So we're going to be going over more of our highway stuff and try to get us additional money for our roads.
Very good. Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I attended and participated in the planning and housing interviews for our city. And I also attended the Hispanic Business Association monthly mixer. They had new members to attend and new businesses moving into the area. I also wanted to make an announcement that the Hispanic Business Association will be having a fundraiser to raise money for high school scholarships here in North County. It will be on Fat Tuesday, February 25th. Tickets are $60. It will be at the Park Ballroom next to McClintock's. And there will be appetizers and dancing, and of course, a live dessert auction. That's always a good one. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hammond.
Okay, we did have a IWMA meeting that I need to tell you about. It's kind of important. We had an issue with regard to the executive board bringing back a proposal to the board. And as far as I can understand, it was generated from the executive board level to amend our existing plastic bag ordinance. So you recall that a few years ago we got rid of plastic bags. Now they don't like the reusable plastic bags. They also don't like the plastic bag that holds your newspaper. They don't like the plastic bag that goes around your dry cleaning. They don't like anything plastic at this point. It was brought up for a vote to bring back an amendment to the existing ordinance. Out of the 13 people there on the board, 4 of us voted no, 9 voted yes to have staff draft an ordinance for review. So it's coming back. I'm going to try to get some sort of a way for our council to weigh in on that language. Again, this is another one of those things where I want to carry the voice of past Robles. But it looks like at this point we're outnumbered, but I'll keep you informed. The staff now is currently drafting that, and it's going to be for our next meeting next month. So I'll try to postpone it at that point. Again, they're going to probably try to go for a first reading, then a second reading. So we'll probably in between those two, we should be able to have it on our agenda to discuss and at least have public weigh in.
Good.
Okay, that's what I had. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Gregory.
Yeah, I attended the City Council study session on the Niblick Road corridor and hoping to see a lot of those improvements come to fruition. I think that'll help a lot, make Mr. Athey's life a lot easier. Also attended the Senior Advisory Committee meeting, and I attended the Parking Town Hall meeting, which was very interesting. I'd like to say thank you to Warren Frace and everybody in our staff that worked on this project. I've never seen a project of this size be so well organized, and I've been going to all the Planning Commission meetings and this meeting, and it was very easy to study such a large document the way it was presented. And I just want to compliment you, Warren, and everybody that helped you, assisted you, and David Athey for everything you guys did on this. It's remarkable. So thank you.
Duplicate kudos. I attended the tourism stakeholders meeting in Atascadero. Representatives from tourism in our area giving the county organizations, consultants input into tourism and its impacts on local communities. There is a sensitivity from all the cities now regarding the potential for over-tourism and how that might impact the communities. So the Visit SoCal organization is taking that into consideration as they make plans for promoting the area, and because we don't want to turn it into a place where people don't want to come. Right. So that's something that's definitely on the radar. I also attended the Parking Town Hall meeting. We're going to hear more about that. I know we've all had emails about it. Mine's breaking about 50-50. People that are happy about it, people that have concerns about it. I know that as we gather more data, we're going to be doing what we always said we would do, and that is tweaking the system to make sure that it's as effective and equitable as possible. But I think that we still have some work to do as far as convincing folks that this is a really good thing for us. I personally think it is, but I think that we can't say that that's a challenge that's behind us yet. I was pouring tea for Anna's home at the Paso Robles Inn last week, and pouring tea is not really one of my fortes, but I managed to get through it. It was a fundraiser for Anna's Home, which is a recuperative services organization. It was very successful. I attended and represented the city at the Sweet Art celebration at the studios in the park to honor Jim Irving and Ann Ladden. That was very well attended, and that studio is quite an asset to our community. Attended the Housing Constraints and Opportunity Committee meeting. We talked about the potential for infill development to develop affordable housing. And it became obvious to me as I stepped back from the wall and looked at the map that infill is complicated because of, sometimes because of our zoning situation. And I think that as we look towards the day when we're going to be updating our general plan, we're going to want to think about different zoning designations and maybe simplifying that so we have more flexibility to do that type of infill in the future. Went to the mayor's luncheon at Atascadero. Tommy Gong talked about the election coming up. He made reference to the fact that because of complications that he wanted to sequence processing cities' input into that process. So in other words, instead of everybody having the date to get their information to them, you kind of wanted to put that in, spread that out. And I said, well, you know, we're going into our first district election and things are going to be complex. And I said, I really think that we need all the time we can get to make sure that we get this right going in. So he kind of said, well, I'll go back and ask for more help and see if we can make that work. Supervisor Arnold was there. She talked about the plastic issue. And she said something that was kind of surprising to me because when we discussed it here, if I heard correctly, the plastic restrictions did not extend to packing materials. I'm sorry, styrofoam. I apologize, plastic styrofoam.
Yeah.
But it didn't extend to packing materials. And she says that the wineries are now being contacted and told that they can't pack their wines in styrofoam.
Yeah.
I contacted Joel Peterson of the Wine Country Alliance. He said he had been told that those letters had indeed been received by our wineries. So we need some clarification about what it is that is actually being done about styrofoam packing materials.
May I add also, I forgot that they're actually going after the plastic that wraps your meat. They want us to go back
right.
to paper. This is an area that I think we need to, as a city and council, make a statement. This is really getting out of hand with regard to their reach. And again, it's very important, I think, that we weigh in. So.
Well, I would like to find out exactly what the impact on the wine industry is, because that's significantly different from the way the issue was described to us when we discussed it. So, I attended the Visits Locale Advisory meeting. We talked a lot about, as usual, tourism. Basically, we were asked, you know, what roadblocks are there to making that organization successful? And after an extended period of silence, I said, I don't see a whole lot of roadblocks. They have a strong organization, they have a strong revenue source, they've got an excellent tourism destination to promote. It's simply a matter of us remaining bold and capitalizing on the promotion that's already been done, always being sensitive to the individual communities so they're not over-tourism. But I think that we have an organization in place now that can continue to display us and the rest of the communities in the county to the world effectively and make our tourism business even stronger than it is now. I met with our 2 new planning commissioners just to get acquainted and make sure that we were all set, answer any questions they might have. I went to the candidates forum last night with our supervisor candidates and also with our state senator candidates, and that was quite interesting. And I understand that we have an opening coming up on LAFCO.
I've applied for it.
You're applying for it?
Yeah, I think representation from Paso Robles would be good to have. Absolutely. I think Roberta Fonzie is the only one on the board at this point north of the grade.
Good. So. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you. Okay, so coming up next, we have a Planning Commission meeting on Tuesday, February 25th, 6:30 p.m. City Council regular meeting Tuesday, March the 3rd, 6:30 p.m. And the deadline for submitting items for that will be March the 4th. So if there's no further business, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
I've got a motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilman Hammond. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you all.